Harris 2028. Vosh is trolling or she's delusional. Oh, what am I trolling about? What did you think unburdened meant? You think she's going to let 2024 get her down? It's going to be every goddamn presidential ticket until we're all dead. They're going to be running her corpse. 2060 election? Going to be hooked up to more wires than your PC's power supply. Going to look like she's on the golden throne. They're going to wheel her out there for the debate. She'll croak something out. You won't understand it. She'll get Rhode Island. Apart from that, you know, she is inevitable. Yeah. One day she will become president. We will get our first female president, whether you or the American people want it or not. Oh, man. It's going to be there forever, huh? It's crazy. How are we doing, folks? That good, huh? Good opening news. You like that? Right at the gate, you like that? Yeah, me too. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, I wasn't going to stream today. I actually was never going to stream again. And then I realized that Black Friday deals are happening, and then I looked at Double RL's website, and now I'm desperately in need of a large amount of money. So here I am. You know, don't want to be here. Neither do any of us. How'd you sleep? You look comfy. I didn't sleep well at all. I slept in a comfy bed next to a comfy person. You know, my beloved partner's place. And, you know, I don't know if you ever grow out of this phase. I think you have to, like, live together to grow out of this phase. But I cannot for the life of me poop at another person's house. I cannot do it. I try to manifest, I think, pooping thoughts, and I just can't. It has nothing to do with me or my comfort. It's not a comfort thing. It's just like physiologically, it's not happening. You know? It has nothing to do with decorum, or at least not on a conscious level. It's all subconscious. You know, so there's only so much you can do there. Actual skill issue? Yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I feel like it's not something over which I have a lot of control, and making fun of me for it is tantamount to a kind of ableism. I mean, you're sort of making fun of me for stuff that I can't really affect or exercise any control over. But, you know, I mean, if that's what gets you hard, sure. Navosh, that's just a you thing? No, it's not. Just look at chat for a second. No, it's not. Trying to make me feel alone? You can't. We are legion. You motherfuckers were terrified of shitting at school. Shut the fuck up. That is true. It's not a terror thing, because I've never been that awkward with it, you know? It's mostly just it's mostly just like you know what it is? It's the cold seat. That's what it is. You shuffle into the bathroom stall, you set your backpack down if you have it with you, and it's the belt if you have one, and the pants, in other words, so on and so forth, and then you have to hike up the shirt, and then you sit down on the slim, like, crescent moon, cold ass porcelain toilet seat. Do you have a seat warmer at home? I'm talking about shitting at school. Keep up. And then you're just there, you know? Do you not make a seat out of the toilet paper? Sometimes, but that really depends on the toilet paper. If your school, look, okay, BHHS, to my memory, many of the restrooms did not have those, like, pull-out paper things. And do those even work? Can we be real for us? Can we, like, unmask the truth of society? Do those even fucking work? Do those do anything? Because you set them down, and invariably, like, they're gonna shuffle around. So, like, your ass is touching part of the porcelain anyway, and I don't know if there's a difference between coming into contact with 1 billion germs and 5 billion germs, you know? No, the paper's bacteria permeable. Yeah, I feel like it's literally just a personal comfort thing. Like, it's just like, it's like a virtue signal for your ass cheeks. You know, it has nothing to do with cleanliness. It's purely just like make people feel better. And good luck doing this with toilet paper, because if you're doing it with toilet paper, like that shit's just gonna shuffle out and fall over. Like it's a waste. And then you shit, right? And then of course, like naturally, like you sit there motionless, silent for 90 seconds trying to ascertain whether or not anyone is in there, like listening. And then as soon as you start blasting the toilet, the door opens and you hear like one person come in silently, like they don't say anything, they just hear someone enter. Something you can really do. It's just part of life, I guess. Do you think Japanese high schools have bidets on their toilets, or is that just their like homes and offices and stuff? Do they in the schools too? The foolishness of draping paper on a damn toilet. It doesn't do anything. It's a virtue signal. It's a lie. Don't American cubicles have big gaps too? Well, some of them do, yeah. Some of them do. They actually started like deliberately introducing gaps on the like larger gaps in the bottoms and sometimes in the sides in some school districts because they wanted to like see if people were smoking in there or something. It's like the newsflash genital check, except it's like they're checking to see if you're doing drugs and all you're actually doing is like violently shitting. You'd think they wouldn't look into the stalls where you hear and smell a person violently shitting, but that could just be the cover. You could be smoking and also need to shit. Those elementary school students could be shooting heroin in there. I mean, in fairness, in American schools, maybe. I don't fucking know. Isn't it, that's what I hear from like younger people or whatever they fucking post about or whatever, that the schools always reek, the bathrooms always reek of like vape smoke or whatever. When I grew up, okay, you smelled pot pretty regularly in the bathrooms, but not that regular. Like it wasn't like an every time kind of thing. It was like a maybe once a week kind of thing for me. But apparently now it's super common. I don't know. I kind of I waver on this back and forth because on one hand I'm like I'm straight edge, super ultra anti-drug authoritarian, execute everyone who's ever even thought of smoking weed, so on and so forth. So I'm thinking like maybe instead of bathrooms, in the traditional sense, the only way to keep kids like focused on their studies is you just have one porta potty. Like one porta potty, and it's in the center of the cafeteria, like the eating area where everyone, they get their like shitty mac and cheese and the milk carton and stuff. And in the middle of it, you have the one porta potty. And if anyone ever smells, if any one of the like 6 guards posted outside of it ever smells like a vape smoke or weed or whatever, they just hit a button that dumps the contents of the porta potty, person and all, like into a pit underneath the school. You just make it transparent from the waist up. That sounds like something I don't know, a European country would do. What's the country that has that those public toilets that are one-way transparent? Like they're one-way mirrors, so if you look at them from the outside, you just see your own reflection, but if you look at them, you look out from sitting inside of them, you can see everyone while you're shitting. That's a pervert's toilet right there. I understand it's an art piece, but like that exists for no reason other than to facilitate kink. That's I don't know about that one. There's one in London, so there's like multiple. Okay. I didn't know how like widespread they were. The goon room, yeah. Someone's jacking off in there. People are only jacking off in there. What the fuck else would they be? You're literally like in the middle of a highly public area, and you can see out. It's crazy. It happens in Russia. There's no way Russia has those. There's no way. I don't believe that. I don't believe that for a damn minute. Yeah, they ain't shitting in Russia. It's too cold there. They don't need public restrooms. Yeah, it's pretty common, Detective Dupin. You know what's really fucked up? Speaking of public restrooms, you know how in like, I think this is the case in a bunch of countries, but the one that comes to mind for me immediately is India. You know how it's really common to have like squat toilets in India, um, where you like it's literally just like a slanted channel in the ground. And I've heard this like many times over my life from different sources. Is it real? I have no idea, but I've heard it a lot from, you know, I guess what I would call like the reliable wisdom of the crowd, that a lot of older people, because now they have regular toilets in all over the place in India, right? It's not like that's the only place you could use the restroom in India. Like you could, they have regular toilets with like regular indoor plumbing, but a lot of older people refuse to use them because they prefer the squatting toilet. And apparently squatting to shit is actually objectively better for you. Like the reason why, like you don't get hemorrhoids or whatever, like it's just better. Like the ergonomics of it are superior. Do you think that in a way, the modern sit-down toilet was kind of like our Bugman moment? Like that was us removing ourselves from nature in a way that harmed us? Like you look at, I don't know, Servitors in 40K or Immortan Joe, and you're like, oh, wow, like a disgusting amalgam of flesh and machinery that is useful to the purposes in this person's life, but now from our perspective, we can see like they're not living authentically and healthily. What if that's us with sit-down toilets? I don't know. Objectively, yes. Yeah. I feel like that's an aristocratic tradition. Become normality, like with meat. Yeah, why the fuck are we modeling our regular day-to-day behaviors off of the luxurious obsessions of European royalty? Those motherfuckers all had water brain disease. They were all incestuous inbred. What are we doing? Well, what, because they did it, we have to do it? We have to go back to shitting in, you know, in holes in the ground, I think. Or at least like slanted channels with like a little water current or something. How's your day going? Well, I'm kind of like sandwiching the political topics of the stream. Normally at the end of stream, we rant about bullshit, and in the middle of the stream, we talk politics. So right now I'm doing we're doing the like first slice of sourdough before we go into the stuff that all of you are going to post and chat about. Like, it's over, you know, the experiment has failed, the empire has fallen, my life ends tomorrow. So I'm just kind of leading into that a little bit, because sometimes it's exhausting. The news is exhausting. You people are exhausting. Return to 19th century France. I think that humans were meant to get cholera. If cholera wasn't healthy and natural, why did so many people get it, is my question. Oh, really quick before we do something even like remotely useful or important or intellectually stimulating. Look at this adorable gift that I got from my beloved partner, who is the, you know, the stars in my sky. Look, it's a cute evil eye necklace. It's to ward off the envy of people in chat who are less than 6'2". Specifically, yeah, well, if you tune the, you know, the protective spell, the warding, to too many subjects, it becomes less effective. It's not like you are either, lol. You can't feed into the internet conspiracism. I remember back in the bad old days when I would leave the house and physically meet other people in real life. You can't so much as like slightly lean forward in a photo, or people are going to start doing like, you know, reverse. They're going to start doing trig to discover your true height, you know? And God forbid people find out you're actually like 6 foot 1.92 inches, because if that, if they find out that you've been lying, it's over for you. It's over for your career. Do you think AOC watches me? I hope not, for her sake. Because when Trump passes the like make every Democratic representative's internet search history and cookies publicly available so we can all scrutinize and mock them, and is found out that AOC watches me, that would probably be pretty huge hit to her reputation. Don't want that. Could you stand back in the frame so we can trig your height real quick? People are fucking crazy. Men are crazy when it comes to like the defeating the height trigonometry, you know? I have legitimately heard, I've seen this like multiple times over my life in like male advice subreddits or whatever, where people will be like, if you feel like you look too short, you should buy smaller furniture. You should buy like small coffee tables and like a low-rise couch that you have to kind of like really sit down into, because then when you take photos, or when photos are taken of you in the room, you look like you're, you know, yoked up. Which might be true. I feel like that's going a little far, but get like deliberately shorter mirrors, like the full-length mirrors you take the selfies in. Get ones that aren't the standard, whatever, 6 feet or however tall they typically are. Unscrew all the doorknobs in your house and lower them by 6 inches, and then cover up the holes from the original installation with some like wood filler, you know, so that whenever you're near a door, people will be like, shit, that guy's like 6'4". Lower the ceiling by 2 inches. Get a bunch of filler, like, you know, and start applying it to the ceiling. Work around the light fixtures as best as you can. It's the only way. It's a common male issue, twitchy doggo, you know? I can't believe men will make fun of women for saying stuff like, does this article of clothing make my butt look too big? When men will have existential crises over whether or not, like, they have an aura level of height. Like, whether the height they stand at naturally with no heels or platform shoes conveys aura, you know? Do these shoes make me look like I have aura? At least women talk about it, right? Does this room make me look short? Guy who goes to the to like the carnival so he can go in the fun house with the wacky mirrors and briefly experience like varying levels of dysmorphia based on the reflection that he sees in each of them, you know? Mood wildly whiplashing up and down. Buy smaller water bottles. Okay, you know what guys will do to make themselves look larger, though? They'll buy shirts that are way the fuck too small. Why is it like, I swear, this is like the default male behavior. Why every time I go outside and it's warm enough that people aren't wearing jackets, there are guys with shorts, or not shorts, sorry, shirts that are full on like riding their armpits. Like the seams from the armpits are like, they have like a radial sun lines going out from how tightly the fabric is constricting them there. No wonder you motherfuckers stink after you've been walking in the sun for 15 minutes. The sweat glands under your arms are being like chokeholded to death. I mean, the shit your shirt is doing to your sweat glands wouldn't be legal if the police did it to a vagrant, you know? They would do it anyway, but it's to show my guns. It doesn't work. It does. I don't think it looks very good, to be honest. This is a really controversial position in male circles, but I think the best way to look like you have guns is to work out and have large arms. People do hate to hear that, though. To be honest, I hate to hear it too, because I'm like looking in the mirror or in the changing room, and I'm like, I don't know. I like these pants, but they don't make it look like I have a 32-inch waist, large, well-developed glutes, and this shirt doesn't make it look like my arms are 18 inches around. You know, my adoring, doting, kind-hearted partner has to gently remind me that I do not, in fact, have 18-inch arms, and for that reason, it makes sense the shirt would not convey that appearance. You know, then I get mad and I tear the clothes off and I punch the mirror and I look at my shattered reflection in the glass, put my hand up on the broken mirror. It's just what it's like to be a guy. When will my reflection exactly. This is a good song. Okay. Politics. Do we believe in that? I don't believe in that. Yeah, Uruguay apparently caught a bit of a break. Maybe Latin America is the future, you know? Lula da Silva is in charge of Brazil. Claudia Steinbaum in Mexico. And now in Uruguay, Yamandu Orsi, the leftist opposition candidate. Yeah, that's nice. Lula's probably not going to be around for much longer, though, on account of him being like 100 years old, but, you know. Chile also has a leftist president. Chile, left. They had a chance to do the constitutional reform and they didn't. You know, that's Chile needs to show up with its best. Okay, because I'm still pretty disappointed in them after that failed constitutional referendum. That one was not. That was not kosher. Okay, obviously, you know, we know what's going down in Argentina. Hello, Ruben. It was horribly made. Yeah, that's true. And of course, Venezuela, the vanguard of modern progressive politics, you know. Very good, very good. Oh, it's good. It's good. It's good. I wonder if Latin America is going to be propelled into even more grassroots support for like leftist and progressive politics and worker organizing because of Marco Rubio. Like, I wonder if American antagonism towards Latin America is going to sort of fuel the, you know, local leftist sentiment a little more. I don't think we're going to be doing any proper like CIA coups of democratically elected socialists because like they tried that with Guaido and it didn't really, I don't know. It feels like we gotten lazy. We're a lot lazier than we used to be. Maybe they get less lazy, but frankly, I doubt it. The Trump administration wasn't competent last time. I don't think they will be this time. They'll just be a lot more vindictive. The last big leftist Uruguayan president drove around in an old VW Beetle. Aura? Aura? Hey, what can men do to convey aura? Apparently.
The top job Jaguar XJ Sentinel and president of Uruguay's
there
vehicle.
We go.
This, a 1987 VW Beetle.
Yeah!
But Jose Mujica says an Arab sheikh has now offered him $1 million for the car. It's an offer that's amused people in the South American country.
At first I thought it was funny to offer so much money for a Beetle. I do not think...
Can I say something that might be stupid and might be profound, you know? I feel like when people talk about America and our cultural adjacency to other countries, we mostly talk about Western Europe because, of course, America was literally a British colony and we were founded with the help of the French and so on and so forth. But like, you know what I most mistake for America when I look at crowd shots? Half of Latin America. When I see like, you know, like Rio de Janeiro, like urban shots or just people, even here in like Uruguay or whatever, just people walking around, you could easily like, oh, okay, sure, that's like a borough in New York or something, you know? Like, and if I look in England, it's like, oh, this is all hoity-toity fancy pants nonce stuff. And if I look in, you know, France or what, you have all that like old European architecture. But here in Latin America, you have like kind of the same beats hit with diversity and a lot of the same trends in terms of like influence. And I don't know. I feel like we need a little bit more Pan-Americanism. You know what I mean? That's because you grew up in LA? Yeah, I did, and I'm proud of that. I mean, I'm not proud of LA. I am, I guess, proud of the image of America I hold in my head.
In the South American country.
At first I thought it was funny to offer so much money for a Beetle. I do not think he needs it, but if he wants to sell it and the car is on sale, let him take advantage of it.
Well, that's nice. God help me if Arabian Sikh ever offers me $1 million for something stupid. I hope you guys will be like that too. You'll be like, that seems like a bit much, but I'm glad that Vosh will be able to afford like 1,000 new double RL shirts or something.
The car became a symbol of the leader's austere lifestyle. When he became president in 2010, he said it was
straight leg jeans.
He owned.
Didn't fall for the skinny fit trend.
The farm
King.
he lives on was in his wife's name. Some think his car could fetch even more if it went to auction.
Auctioning that car would mean a large sum of money. As I said, that car could be worth more than 10 trucks.
All right, well, apart from the silly subject that, you know, apart from this, yeah, Uruguay, very, very good, very good. A political heir to former President Jose Pepe Mujica, very good, very good. An ex-Marxist guerrilla became the most global liberal and economic stance of the region. Or see if changed. Nice. After such a tight vote, how close was the? Electoral officials report that Orsi won 49.8% of the vote ahead of Delgado's 45.9%. This would be considered like a pretty decisive win in America, man. A 4-point win? 3.9, I guess. Like, I don't know. That's pretty significant in the context of American politics, where the most you're ever going to get is like a 15-point swing. It was the second round, multi-round. Gotcha. Turnout in the nation reached almost 90%. That's nice. I'm telling you, Latin America's the future. Okay, see, Orsi swept the first round. No. 89.6% first round, 89.36%. Okay, I see. Well, good on him. And good on whoever these people are. Blue is good, right? Yeah, sure, we can believe that. His party won the majority in Congress too. It's one of the reasons why, you know, I've said before, you always have to keep your mind towards like internationalism. I had a moment earlier. Can I share this moment with you? Will you listen to me? Will you not immediately turn off the stream, downvote, unsubscribe, unlike, and unring the bell? I was hanging out down by the pier in Seattle, and there was this great big cargo ship, probably from China or something, I don't know. And seeing stuff like that always gives me a bit of hope in the context of the current political environment for an odd reason. And it just reminds me, I guess, that there's so much out there that's so much larger than the whims of the present administration. Like, the forces of global commerce are unironically more powerful than basically any other thing on the planet, except for maybe hurricanes. I don't know. We'll have to see on that one as climate change gets worse. These like larger systems, it's important to understand everything in the context of these larger systems. You know, Trump's one, okay, sure, fine. That's not the be-all, end-all, right? You look at history in a retrospective sense, lots of things must have felt like the be-all, end-all until they weren't. Everything moves on. There are material forces that go beyond single elections, and part of that for me is, you know, these big financial systems. And likewise, You have to have an internationalist perspective here. The Americas has a lot of people in it that aren't, you know, Americans. You know, they call it Los Estados Unidos in Mexico because they don't like referring to America as America because all of the Americas are the Americas. They don't like the idea that we have a monopoly on the term America. There's a lot of world out there is what I'm saying. A lot of people out there, and they're right, and they're right. They're right. It's not going to stop me. I'm not going to stop calling it America. They're right. I know what I am. And I don't blame them. They call you gringo, and they're right to. And they're right to. I am. I'm very gringy. Call me gringoid. Let it fall in line with the nomenclature of modern internet discourse. Where's the gringo jack, you know? It's over for you. I have portrayed myself as the sort of austere Latin American Marxist, and you as the infuriated gringoid. It's like me, and I'm very upset. You get me. Man, I'm feeling good. Warded off from the psychic energy of people in chat who are shorter than me. I feel pretty good. You know what I've been holding on for a little bit, and I haven't, like, committed to it or really come to a decision? Jonas Saika, CCK philosophy, previously known as cuck philosophy. Don't know why he'd change it. Tragic that, but, you know, we all have to make decisions, I suppose. Put out a video entitled, Why Did the Middle Classes Support Fascism? I like this channel. Yeah, I haven't watched a video from this channel in a little bit, but back when I did, I liked the channel. That'd be a good bit of content to watch on stream and try to be, you know, a little transformative with it, not just watch it, but talk about it. That being said, I have no idea whether or not this guy hates me. I checked Twitter to see if he follows me so I could message him, and he doesn't, so I might, like, tweet at him to ask. Yeah, I don't want to be like a dipshit. Probably gonna get a no, but I'll give it a thought, you know? But did he block you? No, I would have said if he blocked me. If he blocked me, I wouldn't even bother bringing it. I would just say, like, no, I'll get like, you know, DMCA claimed or whatever if I watch it. But, you know, there's no antagonism intended here. I think Azan watched it. Well, however transformative he made his coverage of the content, I would struggle. I would make an effort to be a little bit more, a little more so. He's indifferent towards you. That is about the best opinions that anyone's ever had about me. You know, I mean, better indifferent than whatever the fuck you guys are on. You like me? Good Lord. It's about the most normal opinion you're gonna get. He doesn't like you. You've responded to a video of his where he calls you a fake socialist. Of his? Was that him? I don't think he's done a video on me. Here, I'll check. I mean, it'll show if I've watched a video of his, right? It's been a little while since I've... Oh, no, it's not showing if I've watched these videos. I watched this one. I rewatched this one at some point, but I've watched a lot of these, but they're not showing. I guess it's just been long enough that it didn't keep the little red bar. I mean, if I watched it like 2 years ago... I don't recall that. It's a good channel. Good content here. Why does it matter that I miss something? Well, yeah, you shouldn't, as a live streamer, you shouldn't watch high effort content from people you don't hate for the purposes of coverage or commentary. You know? Because then you're kind of like yoinking a little bit. Holy shit, that's me. Here's the vid. Oh no, CCK Philosophy has VDS Fosh reacts. Holy shit. This is before I trimmed my hair. Oh my god. That's crazy. Well, I don't even see the video here. It's just respond. I bet it's from like a tweet or something. This is back when I wore anime shirts. You see the glow up? Do you understand what a little bit can do? A proper haircut, nice glasses, and a change of clothes. I don't dislike this shirt, though. I still have it. I think it's a nice shirt. You dressed better then? That's true. The shirt I'm wearing right now doesn't even have a cute anime house. Come back to us, fatty. And I think I was skinny. I think I weigh the same amount now as I did here, or at least I'm within about 10 pounds of what I weighed here. The rest of it is just styling. No way. No, seriously, yeah. I'm better at styling my beard now, too. Vosh looking at the man he replaced. Yeah, me like gritting my teeth at the knowledge that my operative, my handler, is going to chastise me for not perfectly mimicking the mannerisms and appearance of the person that I was sent to replace after killing him. Thanks for the subscription money, by the way. It's definitely not going to the refinement of the CIA headache gun. £10 a lot? You're telling me, brother. I've still got so much fat in my hips. It's where all my fat... I've got female... I'm telling you, you know, people say you're a trans woman. I'm a fucking trans man the way my fat distribution keeps cucking me on the damn waistline. I don't even have that much fat on my stomach. It's my fucking... around my hips. Something to hold on to? Yeah. That's what everyone who ever fucks me says. They're like, oh, I love the handles. Shut up. You know how much harder it is to wear high-waisted pants when the underneath the waistband, the pants have to taper around the fucking giant pair of birthing hips? Pair of? Hips isn't plural, I guess. Well, I guess it is, right? Hip? Pair of hips? Yeah, I guess so. You just wouldn't say it, really. It is plural, though. You have two? No, yeah, but people don't usually say a pair of hips. They just say hips. So I guess it's technically correct, but sort of, you know, semantically, like you wouldn't say it. High-waisted pants suck? They got their place. They got their place. They got their time. It's easier to wear them if you're skinny, because then when you sit down, your fat doesn't balloon outwards and strangle you at the waistline. If you're skinny, it's a bit easier, but it depends. What people used to wear suspenders for. Story of my life. Yerp. Is it fat or loose skin? I don't have much loose skin. Thankfully. I didn't lose the weight so fast that it was much of an issue. I still got that elasticity. Gotta lose weight while you're young. Your skin still has the elasticity. That's the hope, at least. I never even got, like, stretch marks from being fat. I got stretch marks from working out. I got stretch marks around my, thighs and armpits when I was 16 because I worked out and got big muscles and stuff, but it was never from the fat. How many ways can you mispronounce yet? Hit the like button, subscribe, ring the bell, and let's find out together. Yeah. Fine, we'll talk about it. I know, you all want to talk about it. Race to the most cynical position possible. I win. Trust me. I win. Get me out of here! Get me out! That's why we can't get rid of the Kamala Harris emote, you know? She's not going. Maybe she's going to run for governor and then for presidency. I don't know. You know, I gotta say, considering where she lost votes relative to Biden in 2020, you know, across all demographics, nothing would better endear her to the American people than running California, the state that everyone who isn't Californian really likes. God almighty. Kamala Harris been lying low since her defeat in the presidential race, unwinding with family and senior aides in Hawaii before heading back to the nation's capital. I think that's a really appropriate way for a political leader to behave, you know? Oh, sorry, lost to a fascist. Everyone's life's going to get worse. Gonna go relax in Hawaii. Going to go, you know, embrace the, what means family? It's been a while since I've seen Lilo and Stitch. What means family? Ohana means family. She's embracing the Ohana vibes, you know? I mean, you're all going to burn, but who cares with her, right? She's powerful, she has money, she has connections, she's fine. You know, I think it really says a lot that after Bernie Sanders lost both times, he immediately hit the ground running on trying to keep his coalition together with messages of not me, us, like this is what we need to do moving forward, this is our best shot going forward, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, because he understood that he ran a movement and wasn't just an interchangeable political pawn with no real positions being fronted by the DNC for name recognition alone, Bernie Sanders understood that just because you lose doesn't mean the job's done. Kamala Harris straight up lost. Peace out, fucked off. Literally. Like, she told us about how the stars are most visible in the dark sky or whatever, and then she dipped. Just goodbye, because she knows she doesn't have a message. She doesn't have, like, people don't like her for her. People like her as part of the, like, you know, the unitary will of the Democratic Party. Is like one of a number of amorphous interchangeable tentacles that extend out from the heart of the DNC like a cancerous growth. She can't say anything that'll jeopardize her future lobbying career. Yeah, there's no, like, real selfless interest in the public good. That's for sure. Will she win in the future? I mean, maybe, probably not. We've talked about this. The Democrats are not going to be able to keep a hold on the country and its whims unless they understand that what the people want is populist messaging. Maybe Democrats win off the wrong lessons in 2028 the same way they did in 2020. Biden only won in 2020 because of COVID, because Donald Trump's incompetence reached a breaking point with a literally like once in a century pandemic event, you know, like a remarkable, it was luck basically. Not to say that COVID was lucky, but in terms of Biden's electoral odds, yeah, COVID was lucky. So they learned the wrong lesson. The Democrats were like, oh, Biden got a ton of votes. Biden beat out Trump really hard. You know, Biden blew him the fuck out, blew out his back walls, made him moan. I guess what the people want is octogenarian, competent, liberal, centrist governance. That's what the American people want. The American people had their fun with Trump, but now we understand what the American people want is for everything to stay the same forever, while being weirdly good on like domestic policy and really bad on foreign policy. That's what the American people want. That's the classic. That's what they want. And now, of course, Trump has won again with the popular vote this time, unlike with Hillary Clinton. Ugh. And maybe in 2028, Kamala Harris wins, but it won't be because the Democrats are doing anything better. It'll be because Trump's second term fucked things up so dramatically that people are like, okay. But like, they don't meaningfully fix the problem, you know? Maybe. Even that's a maybe. Maybe. Most immediately, Harris and her advisors are working to define how and when she'll speak out against Donald Trump and reassert her own role in the Democratic Party. Closing out her term as VP, she's set to preside over certifying the November election she lost to Trump. Yep, that'll be fun. Y'all ready for that one? That classic bit? We get to see her, you know, tight-lipped, everyone trying not to giggle as she certifies the votes for her opponent. Ooh, it's gonna suck. Democrats don't have anyone better than her. Yeah, believe it or not, as horrible as it is, she's currently like highest in favorability among Democrats. Now, has the Democratic Party ever, and I mean ever, considered the possibility of polling favorability among the entire population? I know that sounds insane. asking what the American people want and not just the Democrats who are so on board that they will respond to messaging within the party. Maybe one day. Are you off your meds? That's such a crazy take. It's funny you say that. I am off my meds, actually. I slept over at my partner's house last night and forgot to bring my my lithium, you know? This right now, this is coming from the mind of an insane man. I'm insane in the membrane right now. To me, polling the entire American electorate, that's just a normal idea to me right now. That's not even a crazy idea to me. Following her meteoric rise in Washington and California. Meteoric, let's calm down a little bit here, okay? She lost her primary, cucked out, became VP to a centrist, said nothing for 4 years, then lost a presidential. You know, okay, is it meteoric relative to somebody like me who feels like he's lucked out if there's a parking spot close to the nearby Safeway? Sure. Is it meteoric in the context of someone who just lost the election and doomed all of us to a minimum of 4 years of Trump? Probably not. There is no one who can actually relate to what she's been through these last 4 months. No one, said Paul Maslin, the Democratic pollster, and I wouldn't begrudge her at all to take some time to figure this out. Just all the time you need, sweetie. All the time you need, sweetie. You have to live, laugh, love yourself before you can live, laugh, love your country, as I always say. It's not going to be AOC, guys. And look, AOC is great, don't get me wrong, but she doesn't have the support of the DNC, and also she comes across kind of like a little kid. It's not just her being a woman, and you're insane if you think the DNC is going to run... Well, they might run Kamala Harris again. If they run a woman again, it has to be a bad one, okay? But AOC is also young and looks and acts younger than she is. I don't mean that as an insult. There's nothing wrong with it. There's lots of, like, boyish guys out there in Washington, but that doesn't hurt them the same way that would hurt a woman, you know? People talk down on AOC the way, you know, you wouldn't get if she was otherwise the same, but a guy, you know? Ah, here we go. This is what I was referring to. A snap poll. Do we have this in chart form, or do I have to actually read numbers? Oh, I'm going to have to read numbers. That's rough. That's extremely rough for an individual such as myself. Didn't say it like he would have said it. Thank you. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I'd vote for him. I've heard he has some interesting ideas about fluoride. Let's see. Favorable, unfavorable. Which one of these refers to the Democratic primary? Yeah, here we go. If the 2028 Democratic primary were being held today, for whom would you vote? Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro, Pete Buttigieg, Tim Walz, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Gretchen Whitmer, J.B. Pritzker, Andy Bashir, Cory Booker, Jared Polis, Wes Moore, John Fetterman. What is John Fetterman doing here? Raphael Warnock. Okay. Yeah, Kamala Harris far and away. I've said before, the reason we keep running into this issue is that the Democrats, the DNC doesn't elevate their stars. They don't. The DNC doesn't do this big, like, media circuit where they elevate powerful, charismatic people in an effort to win over the public trust. They just don't do it. You know? Not even speaking of what about Ossoff. When was the last time you heard anything about Ossoff? This is exactly my point. Even like mid-level Republican senators are constantly getting in front of the camera to talk about how like the fact that, you know, trans women can use women's restrooms is responsible for rectal cancer in a majority of adult males 65 and older. I don't know. Warnock might be good. No, but you're not getting my point. It's not about who's good. The politician themselves is of a secondary concern. The problem is with the DNC. The institution is the issue. The fact that they don't elevate people, they don't raise their politicians to celebritydom, which they have to in this modern age. You have to. They did with Barack Obama, but only after he'd already cinched the nomination. I mean, they ran away with that one, sure, but they need to be doing this with lots of people and let the chips fall where they may with regards to who ends up being more popular. But the DNC is arrogant and they hate their voters, so they choose who is going to be the front runner beforehand. Look what happened in 2020. The Democrats from the word go had chosen Joe Biden. We all know it's true. Same with Hillary Clinton in 2016. The DNC, they already knew what their choice was. That doesn't necessarily mean they would have, flat out ignored the results if somebody else had won, but they put their thumb on the scale. The RNC, back with Trump in 2016, they fought against him for a while, but when it turned out that Trump was the top dog in the pit, they ran with it. Somewhere out there is an alternate timeline where the RNC was a lot more aggressive in pushing against Trump and elevating someone like Ted Cruz. And then Ted Cruz won the primary and lost the general. And Hillary Clinton was the 2016 president-elect. But the RNC is smarter than that. DNC isn't. Is there anyone good who can run? Are you listening to a single fucking thing that I'm saying? It's not about the candidate. It's about the DNC. The candidate itself does not, it cannot do anything without the power of the DNC behind them. That's what matters most. The DNC needs to stop rolling the magic 8-ball with their consultant groups, only listening to a select, slice of the pie of folks who they pull repeatedly and listen to and go to advice from people who live in like New York or Massachusetts or whatever. They need to start treating this like it's politics. Okay, but what do we do about this? You complain online. What else were you doing? You have something else pressing in your schedule? What do you mean, what do we do? You want marching orders? Go sign up for boot camp. You're probably within the right age range. Can you do 10 pull-ups? Private? What do we do about this? Don't bother me with shit like that. I don't know what you do about it. I'm talking about an issue. What do we do to change? It's the largest political apparatus in the entire country. The DNC, billions of dollars run through it every election. What do we do about it? We complain online, as we always do. Should I wipe? Hey, Vosh, I just took a shit. Should I wipe back to front or front to back? Well, you know what? I think there are merits to both. I think you can fuck up both ways. I think you can nail it both ways. Honest to God, I'm going to have to tell you to rely on your own good judgment on this one. Side to side? Maybe. I'm bad at complaining online. Refill your popcorn. You're going to love this next part. Honest to God, this whole thing is actually pretty... I've been skimming this one. Survey 1,010 voters in the likely electorate. Online sample match to L2 voter file. Field dates, blah, blah. That's right. Would you say things in the U.S. are headed in the right direction, or is the country off on the wrong track? 60% think it's the wrong track. How likely do you think it is that the country will start to head in a better direction in 2025? 60% say very/somewhat likely. Well, that's nice. That's after Trump won, too. If you had to choose just one, which would you say is the biggest issue facing the country today? which would you say is the second biggest issue facing the country today? Cost of living, combined choice 47, then immigration, jobs in the economy, state of the democracy, political corruption, abortion only at 12%. 5% say it's the most important. Good Lord. Whoo-wee. Woohoo. These are Dem voters? No, it turns out this is the likely electorate, so not just Dem voters. I was thinking of a different poll when I said that they're only talking to likely Dem voters. This is everyone. L+2 Dem voters. Wait, is the L2 voter file Dem voters? Left +2? Favorable versus unfavorable. A lot of people like Elon Musk, if you can believe it. At least everyone has an opinion on him. They like his X jump. 43% strongly disapprove of Joe Biden's performance in the presidency. 53% strongly or somewhat approve the way Donald Trump is handling the presidential transition. Can you blame them? Joe Biden welcomed him in with open arms. Man was smiling right next to him. This seems right-wing biased. Have you taken a look at the recent election results? I think our country might be a little bit right-wing biased. Yeah, I don't think it means left +2. I just don't know what L2 voter file means, or if it's like what like template it's referring to. But to be honest, I don't really care right now. Who'd you vote for in the presidential? 50% Donald Trump, 48% Kamala Harris. That seems representative. If the 2028 Republican presidential primary were held today, for whom would you vote? J.D. Vance, 37%. Huh. Well, at least the Republicans are also starved for a follow-up after Trump's gone. Did you see Donald Trump on any of the following podcasts or live streams in the lead up to the election? 72% on Joe Rogan's podcast. Good Lord. Well, glad Kamala didn't go on. It would have been really uncomfortable to be questioned on her marijuana record. You know? After this election, to what extent do you trust polls? Makes sense, Fissure Eve. How often, if at all, do you talk about your political views with your friends and neighbors? 60% very often / sometimes, 40% not very often / never. That'd be you guys, because you don't have friends or talk to your neighbors. Yeah, hey-o! Sorry. I know. We're piling it on. There's already a lot going on. I don't see how people approve of his transition with all his insane picks. Again, who's covering the insane picks? Legacy media? People aren't going and watching MSNBC for their news on this. The people who watch Fox News, which is covering the picks, will agree with the picks because they like those people. No one watches TV. The media environment is like almost irreparably corrupted. It's not a matter of whether or not people approve of them given a full slate of information on every individual pick. It's that they don't know. They don't care. Like, I guarantee you, if you did like a random sampled poll, 1,000 Americans, something, I guarantee you something like maybe 15% of people would know even half of his pick. Not even half. Half is a lot because there are a lot of picks that people care less about, okay? I bet they wouldn't even know about the Matt Gaetz scandal. About Matt Gaetz being picked for AG and then being dropped and then leaving Congress. It's crazy. To what extent do you support the following health trends? Avoiding seed oil. 18% strongly or somewhat support. Removing fluoride from drinking water. 32% strongly or somewhat support. Using psychedelics. Is that a health trend? I guess for like microdosing for depression or something. 22%. Drinking raw milk. 16%. Folks, not to engage in Darwinist practices, but I think if you want to drink raw milk, you should be able to. Sorry. You should throw some labels on that shit, like what they do with cigarettes in Australia, where you see like people's burnt out lungs or whatever. If you want that shit at the grocery aisle, go, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. What's raw milk? It's unpasteurized. Normally milk is boiled. It's raised up to a certain temperature because cow milk and goat milk and what have you contain within them a variety of nasty critters that cows are fine with, but we're not. Boil the milk, kill the thingies. Now, when you boil milk, you do destroy some of the nutritional benefits. Like, there are some enzymes and proteins that get unfolded when you do that. But, like, let's be real. You're not drinking milk for the health, okay? You're drinking milk because you saw Rocky do it when you watched the movie when you were a kid, and since then you've assumed that drinking milk makes you healthy, even though its protein per calorie content is not that high, and the nutrients that it has are like you could make chicken breasts and brown rice and get infinitely more of what you need. That's eggs? Well, I don't like eggs. He drinks raw eggs, not raw milk? Okay, well, don't do that either. That's just gross. Unless you're a bottom, I guess, because I feel like eating raw eggs has to be kind of like swallowing a load. Maybe you're used to it. Maybe Rocky was a bottom. I don't know. You know what I mean. It's kind of like goopy. You know what I'm talking about. Avoiding vaccines, strongly / somewhat support. I wish I could say if you don't want vaccines, don't get them, but I can't say that because herd immunity is a thing, so at least 58% are somewhat / strongly opposed to that. At least on that one, we have a stronger public mandate. Isn't the Rocky actor a Trump supporter? The Rocky actor? You mean Sylvester Stallone? Probably. He's got the physiognomy for it. I don't know if he is. How likely do you believe each of the following is to happen during Donald Trump's presidency? Tariffs will be imposed on the imports. 82% believe it's very or somewhat likely. The economy will become stronger. 56% think it's very / somewhat likely. Whew. The Russia-Ukraine war will end. 50%. Well, Trump's presidency will, at the very least, be 4 years long. I mean, in all likelihood, the Russian-Ukraine war might end just on account of things not lasting forever. That might not even be a consequence of his presidency. That could just be a time thing. The cost of living will go down. 51%. Massive black pill on this one, man. Cost of living will go down? Are you insane? When was the last time you noticed prices in a grocery store going down? When was the last time you noticed that? When has that ever happened? The only time you would see that happen is in like a deflationary context, and deflation is not good. Everyone just holds on to their money. No one buys anything because the value of the dollar is increasing. Americans yearn for a recession. Yes, they do. And they might just get one. America's global standing will improve. Remember when everyone at the UN laughed at Trump? I remember. That was good. Crisis on the southern border will end. Middle East will become more stable than it is now. At least on this one, we've got a 50-50. Good Lord. I blame the Democrats for all of this. To what extent do you support each of the following Trump policy plans? Cutting taxes, somewhat/strongly support. You guys see the tax bill that passed in Louisiana? We'll talk about that next. Republicans, they're cooking something fierce. And by fierce, I mean they hate you and want you to die. Deporting unauthorized immigrants, 55%. 55% strongly or somewhat support deporting unauthorized immigrants. 29% strongly or somewhat oppose. Dems' fault. Remember, it wasn't like this back in 2020. Dems stopped pushing back against the anti-immigrant stuff as soon as Biden became president. I know some people might not like me bringing this back to the Dems, but like, this is very much like an evil you know versus the evil you don't. We knew Donald Trump was anti-immigrant. Democrats were supposed to be a voice against that. They were until they won the presidency, then they stopped being one. I think that you can get a lot more done by pointing this out within the Dems rather than like like the Republicans are worse than the Democrats in a like objective utilitarian sense in terms of what they're going to do. But we already knew the Republicans were like that. They, if anything, they've been honest about their intentions, not about their descriptive statements of the world, but in their intentions, they've been pretty straightforward and clear. Whereas with the Democrats, you know, their support for you or for anyone is completely ephemeral. It's like a shadow. It's a ghost of a shadow of a thought, of a memory, of a dream you once had of them being more progressive on the border. Expanding oil and gas drilling on federal land, building a wall on the southern border, of which 50% strongly or somewhat support and only 34% strongly or somewhat oppose. I remember back in 2016, back when far more Americans thought the border wall was a stupid idea. Reducing the number of federal government jobs, imposing tariffs and imports. Phenomenal stuff. I remember. Please read the following statement. Tariffs not only impose immense economic costs, but also fail to achieve their primary policy aims and foster political dysfunction along the way. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? 51% strongly or somewhat agree, 30% strongly or somewhat disagree. And yet, people majority support tariffs? The median voter. The median voter. To a guy like me who hasn't taken lithium in the past 24 hours, this is actually a normal political outlook to have. This isn't crazy at all to me. I see exactly what they're cooking. It's pretty bad, guys. It's not good. It's not good. 20 chimps just hung themselves? Yeah, hanged themselves, sorry. Wouldn't want a pedant in chat to feel a brief rush of dopamine as they got the opportunity to correct me. God. Do we just live with our parents? Well, you could do what trans people have been doing for God knows how long now, which is form hasty relationships with people you met online 5 days ago and then drop everything to move across the country to live with them. And then eventually things break apart because that's an insane way to live your life. It's like a classic queer experience thing, you know? I wouldn't recommend it. Works every time, except when it doesn't, which is every time. Whew. Have you listened to a podcast this week? No, yes. Most people haven't. Probably for the best. See election coverage. What direction should the Democratic Party move after the 2024 election? 44% think it should stay the same. That sounds about right. I think these questions are targeted specifically at Democrats. Ask if Q party ID equal to Democrat or Q party lean equal to Democrat. Yeah, this is only for Democrats. That's good. That's good. Yeah, 18% say that it should move to the right, 15% to the left, 23% unsure. Very good. Who or what do you blame for Kamala Harris's loss? Sorry, the chimpanzee that was meant to write this section out hanged itself. We don't know. COVID-19 vaccinations. Work. Do not ask if Q age is less than 22. For which candidate did you vote in the 2020 president? Yeah, okay. Candidate 2016, 2012, 2008. Really going back. For the following list of sites or apps, please indicate which you have used in the past week. Facebook, YouTube, both around 80%, Instagram 53%, TikTok 41%, Twitter 34%, Reddit and Snapchat both at 29%. What do you even do on Snapchat? Which, if any, of the following do you listen to, read, or watch to stay informed about current affairs or political news? Local TV news, 49%, Fox News, 36%, ABC, 35%, CNN, 33%, CBS, NBC, MSNBC, all the way down to 22%. Your local paper, online or in print, traditional newspapers, public radio or broadcast news, Newsmax, OAN, social media up here at 41%, which is higher than anything except for local TV news. Something else, please specify none of these. Fantastic. I think that covered the rest of this is more boring demographic stuff. Yeah, I'd say that about covers it. Well, that's fun. The median voter considered Harris too liberal? Of course. All they saw was right-wing media telling them that was the case. Obviously. Now, what else are they going to do? Not believe that? Also because black woman? I just it's a tough pill for liberals to swallow, but they're going to have to swallow it. They're going to have to swallow a lot of it. They're going to have to be like Rocky in the Rocky movie where he swallows all the raw eggs. It's unpleasant, but you need to do it to grow. In his case, literally. In their case, ideologically. Reality is great and all, but when it comes to how people are going to vote, you have to sell the message. And Kamala Harris can, you know, stay tight-lipped about social issues all she wants. Doesn't matter. You run a bad media gang, and it literally does not matter what you do or don't do. It don't matter. It don't matter. Hold on, it's too warm in here now. Let me take off the shawl neck cardigan. Thank you. All right. 5'11" for sure. You like that mod badge next to your name there, Thana? All right. Click, click, click. So yeah, what wonderful conclusion are we coming to at the end of all this? Happy to hear that, King Jar Jerk. What conclusion are we coming to after all this? What conclusion are we coming to after all this? We're all doomed? Is that a good one? Do we like that one? Kamala Harris enjoyed some time with her nieces following her election defeat. You know what I really like about this? This is actually really good political messaging. This is the New York Post. They're a right-wing rag, and they're showing something that makes me hate her. You know, they've correctly identified an odious characteristic about Kamala Harris here, which is that she is very publicly, after losing the election, fucked off and just relaxed, you know? Obviously, there's nothing innately wrong with, like, you know, hanging out with your nieces after you've lost an election, but immediately going off to Hawaii, you know, it's sort of like a representative problem, I would say. What else should she do? I don't know. She's the sitting vice president and just lost a major presidential election in the most powerful country on earth. I feel like she could maybe be a loud, aggressive advocate for the political positions that she represents. Oh, but I forgot. She doesn't represent any of them. She walked back a bunch of her positions and ran a nothing campaign that appeals to nobody. My apologies. She told us to look at the stars. What more do you want? That's true. She owes us nothing. The people voted for what they want for and will get what they wanted. I hate you. You are what is wrong with everything in American politics and the DNC specifically. She was the presidential candidate. She actually owes us everything. She owes us her life, her eternal service. That's what being a public servant did. If her bid of public service ends once the campaign does, then she was never worthy of the office. I mean, Bernie Sanders didn't let it stop him. Would Trump stop? I don't know if you guys remember what happened 4 years ago, but Trump very famously didn't shut up after losing an election, and that's why he won the next time around. I don't know if you guys remember. Not to take any lessons from extremely recent history, but he never shut up, and he won. Maybe a lesson to be taken from that. I don't know. Trump never stopped campaigning since 2020. He never stopped campaigning since 2015. All right, all right. And since this keeps getting brought up, since we've been having so much fun complaining about liberals, you know, this is what, to an extent, critical legal and critical race theory are, right? It's the understanding that laws are not applied as written, and that their application is biased by the historical and social context of when they were written and how they're applied. The lesson here being, of course, that we have a two-tiered justice system. The law is powerless to help you, but infinitely powerful to help them, and powerless to hurt them, but infinitely powerful in hurting you. In theory, they can refile the charges again in 4 years. Oh, I bet. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure they'll do that. Oh yeah, that'll work. Yes, sir. Yes, sirree. I bet. Yeah, sorry guys. The Department of Justice has a policy. They just don't like going after sitting presidents. Just policy. It's not like law. But they don't want to, you know, it would be uncivil for them to continue with this against a sitting president-elect. The department's position is that the Constitution requires that this case be dismissed before the defendant is inaugurated. Again, to be clear, the department's position is that the Constitution requires this case be dismissed. That's not actual Supreme Court jurisprudence. The Constitution doesn't require it. It's their interpretation. Totally up to them. Jelly spines, yep. I mean, not that they could meaningfully do anything at this point, but I think it's, you know, when I was a kid, there was a book I really liked. I'm sure a lot of you read it as well, or maybe one of its companion books. It's like Medieval Weapons, you know, like on the front, it was a big white book, lots of pages, lots of colored images. And it was like, here's a club that was used by like Paleolithic man. Here's a sword from 13th century England, you know, that kind of thing. And as you go through the book, you get closer and closer to the modern day. And I remember there being a page that always stuck with me, and it was about modern day fortifications. And by modern day, I mean like World War I, like modern in the context of the book. And there was they were talking about the way the ideas for fortifications developed over the time. How do you make it hard for enemy soldiers to cross an area? You know, and of course you've got like spike pits and booby traps, you've got tank traps and you've got, you know, trenches. There's like a million things, moats, you know. But the lesson of the book, and this always stuck with me, the lesson of the book was that all fortifications fail unless they are actively guarded. There is no fortification you can build that human beings cannot get around if given enough time. You can build whatever wall, whatever moat, whatever traps, whatever trenches you want. Inevitably, some guy with a ladder or whatever, or a pickaxe, they will find a way through it. It's impossible to build a fortification that stands on its own. And that's how I feel about our liberal democratic norms that I feel liberals don't believe in. I think a lot of liberals think that the norms, rules, and regulations of modern democratic society are self-reinforcing, when in reality, if left unguarded, anything can be destroyed. And one of the reasons we've seen Trump win over and over and over again, and get away with so much that would have been previously thought impossible, is because he and the Republicans are actively antagonistic towards those norms, those rules, those regulations, even those laws when they get the chance to dismantle them. And Democrats arrogantly believe that they don't need to actively defend them with the exact same level of aggression. Being on defense doesn't mean you get to be half-hearted. It's still a lot of work. Well, you know. At least independent media has a good take on this. My favorite, the Washington Post opinions section. Biden should pardon Trump. A pardon would make good on the president's inaugural pledge of unity. I'm not reading this. I've fallen for your traps before. The deliberate rage bait. Most Democrats don't believe this. Most Democratic voter, in spite of Biden just grinning and opening his arms up to Trump in the White House, most Democratic voters despise Donald Trump. You know, you're not getting me to walk that one back. Who was the guy who wrote this? Mark A. Thiessen. Former chief speechwriter for President George W. Bush. Fox News contributor. Thanks. Okay. We, the regular average American, think that Biden should pardon Trump. It would be a good sign of unity. Don't look at my recent or past work history, please. Yeah, I get you. I get you. I see right through you. You're transparent to me. I can see your colon cancer. Your cells are metastasizing before my very eyes. You should consider an appendectomy. Looking a little inflamed. God, I hate how the Washington Post and New York Times are getting platforms, these people. The entire, like, broader media space has been co-opted by the right wing. You all know that, right? Independent media, right wing. With very few exceptions, right wing. All of it. All these, like the podcasters and the, you know, random gaming YouTube channels, whenever they deign to talk about the drama streamers, the react streamers, right-wing, passively right-wing at the very least for a lot of them. Many of them actively right-wing. Men's sports, more and more so right-wing. I say men's sports, it's kind of like a redundant because we know women can't do sports, but you know what I'm talking about here. The more masculine sports, UFC, football, whatever. I mean, mainstream media outlets. We haven't even talked about MSNBC going bankrupt yet. Elon Musk wanted to buy it. It's all going to be bought. All of it. Social media, already bought and owned. I would have if you'd linked it, Pragmasochist. But now it's too late. So what do we have? Me. Like and subscribe, ring the bell, so on and so forth. What do I have here in the docket? Oh yeah, my favorite city in the world. Zoning map of Los Angeles with all the single-family residential. Good Lord, look at that. These deep pink territories right here, like if you're in the middle of that, you legit, you've got to drive like 10 minutes to find something that isn't a single-family house. It's crazy. God damn, man. It's so bad. You die of lack of grocery store. Many such cases, for sure. Doesn't Azan live there? Yeah, he endorses this implicitly by living there. Reprehensible, I know. U.S. farm groups want Trump to spare their workers from deportation. Oh, I bet. I bet. Shocking. No. We need these guys. If we used American workers, we'd have to pay them the legal amount. Let me keep my slaves. No. Nearly half of the nation's approximately 2 million farm workers lack legal status. God damn, man. Half. Half of the farm workers. Sheesh. Americans don't even want to work those jobs. This is literally true. It is true that these farmers do benefit from getting to underpay their slave caste. But it has been like a well-known issue for decades. Even like not just in like Texas or whatever, like down in the deep, like closer to the border or places far from civilization. But there are even like in Orange County, there are farms like relatively close to modern major civilization, and people just do not. They cannot get like regular American citizens to work there because people don't want to, because there's nothing to do. You literally live in like a barracks on the farm, and your whole life is working on the farm. You don't get anything else. You don't get like a regular life or socialize or whatever else. You're also deep in debt? Yeah, in a lot of cases. I spent the summer picking cherries and apples in BC. It's damn hard work. We got paid $22 a bin for apples and $8 a tub for cherries. Jesus. Even that's a relatively high pay rate compared to what I've heard some migrant workers get paid. I've heard stories of like a few bucks for a big like plastic crate full of produce, you know, like $3 or $4 or something like that. How do we get out of this? It's basically having serfs. Well, obviously, you have to go down to the border and volunteer your time to work on these farms. Piecework, not even hourly, that's fucked. It's pretty common. Or pay more for food. Well, one of the major issues is just the fact that so much of our agricultural subsidizing goes towards the meat and dairy industries. You know, the ungodly amount of grain that we produce that goes only to feed cows or whatever. And all the subsidies, all the taxpayer money that goes into like making that process possible so people can get a hamburger for $2. You know? Yeah, not to mention the water use. They're filling critical roles many U.S.-born workers are either unable or unwilling to perform. That's true. They should just get gym bros to do it. Nice joke. Are you a gym bro? Gym bros would love to believe they could do difficult labor. I've seen what it looks like when a gym bro, you know, how gym bros look when real, like, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. farm laborers come at them. They wouldn't be able to fucking move. Oh, you put up, you pick up and put down heavy things like 15 times in a row, 5 times, and then you go home and take a shower. That's interesting. That's cute. $3 a bushel. Let's get to it. You're so wrong about this. Seething gym bro. Sees themselves in the meme. Has nothing else to say. I'm a gym girl and you're right. Thanks. I appreciate it when people chime in with their anecdotal experience, but only if it agrees with the position that I already had. It's pretty rough though. People talk about like wanting to bring the prices of groceries down, but holy shit, man, 1/2 of our nation's farm workers getting yoinked. I don't think that's going to help. Not even a little bit. Yeah, that may hurt. Maybe. Well, they voted for it. Yeah, I mean, that's true.
Tonight, hundreds of miles south of the border in Mexico.
We're in for it,
a caravan
man.
of migrants chanting, "We are not criminals," is rushing to make it to the U.S.-Mexico border before the Trump administration is sworn in. Many carrying their belongings in plastic bags and on their backs. And already starting to voice their fears about not being able to cross into the United States come January. I think it will be much more complicated now, says this man who's traveling
on American migrant farm workers that I remember seeing a long time ago, and I'm trying to look for it right now, and I'm failing to find it.
From Venezuela. Now we are thinking about finding a way to get through before Trump takes the presidency. DHS officials telling NBC News that they have...
Was it this?
In California's Central Valley, these farm workers live in subsidized housing.
Es que el trabajo de toda la gente que trabaja aquí es en el field. The camps es un miracle, aquí es un milagro que nos dejan vivir aquí.
But when the harvest ends, they're forced to leave, disrupting their children's schooling and their community's life.
I have students who leave in December. They don't come back until March. So they miss, I would say, maybe 20 credits or more credits.
Sheesh.
Sometimes with migrant students, they just have a lack of connectedness because they're, going to have to be moving after the end of the harvest.
This is mostly about the education, not about the farming itself. Not that it's not, valuable. Was it perhaps this? That's an older one.
Before dawn, migrant laborers in the California desert. Despite triple-digit temperatures still to come, they wear long sleeves, scarves, and bandanas to protect themselves from the sun and from dust. Their job today? To pick the purple grapes you'll snack on tomorrow. They're all veterans, and they're all Mexican. except for me, the rookie American, who is joining them for a full day of work, the only person in short sleeves. The only person who doesn't know what he's doing. But I've been assigned a partner. Benjamin Rodriguez.
Every clique of, you know, hardcore life for migrant farm workers needs a pet gringo to keep around, so that when he reaches in to grab the grapes and gets his hand torn up by the, you know, the sharp branches, and then a bunch of bugs fall on him, they can laugh Spanishly at him.
Has worked in the California fields for 32 years. He knows his grapes, which are called uvas in Spanish, and he's teaching me the trade.
Here's what I'm learning. You got to get rid of the green ones, but sometimes the green ones are way down, and if you miss them and they get to the grocery store, and then you go to the grocery store to buy grapes, it's the same green ones, you'll complain to the store will complain to the ranch, and the ranch will complain to me, the worker.
I think, like, unironically, I think it kind of reminds me a little bit of what I said before about the garment industry, where a lot of people think that because of modern automation, when they get a t-shirt from, like, Target or something, it's like, oh, a factory made this t-shirt. A human being touched the t-shirt. Like, that was stitched by a human. Machines don't stitch clothes together, at least not for the most part. It's not possible for them to. We don't have machinery that can do that. Not really. Humans worked on that. Likewise with the food at the grocery store. Like, it's all picked, you know? Like, there's a direct human line there.
You make $8 an hour minimum wage, and split 30 cents for each big box of grapes you pack between 3 partners.
Okay, yeah, these guys might get $8 an hour minimum wage because they're legal enough that they can be on camera with CNN. Like, there are a lot of properly undocumented immigrants, and they are not getting paid hourly.
Is Benjamin's wife, Maria, who is loading up the grapes for the grocery store. She tells me it makes her back hurt, and it's hot, but we have to work hard. It puts food on the table. We have to do it.
Benjamin's my partner today. If I don't work fast, I cost him money, so there is some pressure. It's not just doing a story.
I feel when you
Maria
get paired with
and
the pet
Benjamin
gringo.
have 5 children, 2 of them grown. They, like all the other workers here, won't discuss their immigration status. But if you're legal, you would usually seek a less punishing occupation. Either way, taxes are taken out of all the paychecks. They each make a base rate of $64 for the day. After taxes, it's about $45 for the 8
Go, white boy, go.
As the hours go by, the workers sing to help make time pass, to take their minds off the heat.
What does this
They're
remind me
aware
of?
many people believe Mexican immigrants take away American jobs. But over the years on
Pardon
this
me,
ranch...
water, one sec.
¿Cuántos americanos?
Ni uno.
I asked him how many Americans he's seen in his 32 years in the field. He has said 0.
He's a real good worker.
Santos Montemayor is the man who does the hiring in these fields.
So for 15 years, you've been hiring labor crews to do agriculture work.
Right.
How many Americans have you hired over the 15 or 16 years?
None. Not one.
I mean, has one ever expressed interest?
Nope. Not to come and work in the fields, no.
The temperature has now climbed to 102.
As it gets hotter and the sun gets brighter, your mind starts playing tricks with you. Is it purple? Is it green? You start not being able to make out the colors anymore.
Day one.
These are purple, though.
The trucks start getting loaded up with the grapes we're picking. I'm doing some wheelbarrow duty, which can't be good for the back.
I realized before this day...
Is this why... Never mind, this statement has been deemed insensitive by the Council of well-minded individuals in my head.
Started this work would be hard. What I didn't realize is just how monotonous it would be. These people do it 6 days a week.
I've never looked at my watch so much, and it's not even lunchtime yet.
Muchas uvas deliciosas. Aquí. Delicious grapes. Hot off the vine.
The afternoon goes slower than the morning.
Y verde.
Benjamin stays on top of me to get rid of the green grapes. At 2:30 p.m., 8.5 hours after we started, our final load of grapes.
Good
This is
Lord.
the last. La última.
It's quitting time, and there's mass exodus. Benjamin, Maria, and I have done 100 boxes. That's a $30 bonus for the 2 of them.
Yay.
Bye.
I wish Benjamin and Maria luck, and they head home as quickly as possible. They have to do it all over again at 6 a.m.
And again, like, in a lot of cases, they're so far out from civilization. Like, they're not live like normally, you know? There's a reason why these jobs are overwhelmingly being done by undocumented immigrants. From 7 years ago. This is from the last Trump administration.
California farmers call this place flyover country. It's only a few hours from San Francisco, but you will likely never see it. You're just gonna travel above it on your way to the coast. But while you may never even look down on these fields, make no mistake, you probably eat what's produced here every single day.
No, I
Take
mostly
a look in your
chicken nuggets.
refrigerator, all right? Chances are the food you're putting on your table tonight, you got vegetables, you got fruits, you got nuts. Chances are
They
came
here?
from right here
They
in
harvest
the Central
Pez
Valley
here from the
in
Pez trees?
California. Off you go. Come here, spend a little time, and this is what you see. Day in, day out, undocumented immigrants working these fields. Farmers call them the backbone of their business. The same farmers who say that Donald Trump was the guy they wanted to see in the White House.
This was 7 years ago. It's all happening
Trump's
again.
policies are going to do to make farming better or worse. So, how could farmers like Paul Betancourt, who lives in a blue state,
These jobs should be automated, TBH? They can't be. There's lots and lots and lots of produce that cannot be automated, at least not in this way, you know? Why? What machine could you build that would go into a bunch of like grapevine tree, like, and then like pick all the grapes and then sort the grape? Like, that's not really... Have you seen the Lorax? No. I read the Lorax. There are some produce that can't be done like that. Like, you can harvest like carrots, spinach, wheat, maize. There's lots of stuff that you can basically just like, you just drive a big machine over it, but not always. Yeah, I'm not defending
support a man who is threatening to deport the very people they rely on to keep their businesses running. Your entire business requires immigrant labor. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump says, get them out of
Audio?
here. Yeah. And you vote for Donald Trump. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
You're going to make me see. This is the first time I've ever confessed publicly that I actually voted for him. I've dodged the question for a few months.
That's great, man.
The alternative was unthinkable. Continued pressure from the federal government was squeezing us out. Big issue here is water. We got no help from Washington on water during the drought, and the regulatory burden continues to increase. So, continuation of what we had was unthinkable.
But Trump, if he takes the regulations away, he's also going to take your workers away. How do you deal with that?
Well, he did, mind you, this was 7 years ago. Trump didn't fix any of these problems. Just to be clear, like, he didn't address any of this. One of the reasons why farmers are struggling for water is because we waste so much of it. We've already pulled more water than there is from like the Colorado. Like, there is a finite amount of fresh water that you can use because of the water cycle, which I learned about in like second grade.
Where I've disagreed with him. The idea that we're going to send 11 million people out and then walk them back in is not going to happen. So we need a solution for the whole country where we can bring people out of the shadows so we don't have this problem.
Well, now you sound like a Democrat. You're confusing me.
This is messy. The farmers are not in lockstep.
Some messy, some might say completely incoherent, actually.
You get 3 farmers together, you get 5 different opinions. And so, I have no problem voting for the president and disagreeing with him on trade and immigration because I think he's wrong on those issues.
Today,
imagine voting for Donald Trump and disagreeing with him on the 2 things he talked about more than literally anything else, trade and immigration. I have this vague nebulous belief that Donald Trump is going to fix water use regulations. What? But I hope he doesn't deport my entire workforce, thus leaving me destitute. It's all well, a lot of it is just that, like, that guy is literally a fucking modern day plantation slave owner. You all know that, right? In terms of his political disposition and relationship to his fellow man, he occupies the exact same position that, like, an antebellum slave owner does. It just modernized, you know? So, like, of course he's going to vote for the more reactionary of the available candidates.
Farmer Paul Winger also supports President Trump, but he says if the workforce goes, so will the farms.
We like to say your food that's going to be on your table tonight is probably going to be picked by immigrant hands. The real question is it going to be picked by immigrant hands here in the United States and for us in California or in another country?
Does this part of the state even exist without these workers?
No, they won't. You can create a big problem because the whole economy can collapse.
Yeah.
You know, you need the workers here.
Farm worker advocate Horatio Amezquita says the nation's food supply relies on undocumented labor, and that deporting them is not just bad for business, it also threatens to break up families.
A lot of the people that we saw today, you know, they're good people, they're hard.
All right, we're off the conditions thing, I suppose. Like I've said, look, to cap it all off, like I've said before, I don't think that they're actually going to deport 20 million people, in part because it's logistically unfeasible, and in part because it doesn't make much economic sense. I think that it's much more likely that they'll very loudly deport a bunch of the more, like, criminal undocumented immigrants, of which there are some, not a lot, but there are some. Considering there are 11 million undocumented people, some of them are going to be criminals or associated with cartel gangs or whatever. And they're going to very loudly deport those to stir up fear. And they're going to try to put the fear of God, or deportation in this case, into the remaining undocumented immigrants, who will then be incentivized to be even more docile and complacent in the workplaces that they have, because they know that if they get reported to ICE, their ass is getting catapult launched into Mexico the next day.
What are you doing?
No. Stephen Colbert congressional testimony on this gold. Remember this. This is from a while ago. A second, I have to turn the water off.
Now we will turn to our...
Madam Chairman, could I just say that after listening to Dr. Carol Swain, I withdraw my previous request that I had made to Stephen Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we will turn now to Mr. Colbert for his 5 minutes of testimony.
Good morning. My name is Stephen
At some
Colbert.
point, apparently this video started playing. When did the video start playing? Since you left? Why did it start playing when I left?
Now we will turn to our...
Madam Chairman, could I just say that after listening to
30
Dr.
seconds,
Carol
but I don't
Swain,
want to miss it.
I withdraw my previous request that I had made to Stephen Colbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we will turn now to Mr. Colbert for his 5 minutes of testimony.
I remember when I found this guy funny.
Good morning. My name is Stephen Colbert, and I am an American citizen. It is an honor and a privilege to be here today. Congresswoman Lofgren asked me to share my vast experience spending one day as a migrant farm worker. I am happy to use my celebrity to draw attention to this important, complicated issue, and I certainly hope that my star power can bump this hearing all the way up to C-SPAN 1. As we've heard this morning, America's farms are presently far too dependent on immigrant labor to pick our fruits and vegetables. Now, the obvious answer is for all of us to stop eating fruits and vegetables.
All right, next bit. He was funny for a time. Grape picking machine? Huh. Wonder how well this works. Self-propelled grape harvesting machine. I feel like grapes are so delicate. I mean, it just makes me wonder how well this could work. It might be like some very specific types of grape plant, but I feel like there's got to be drawbacks to this. It's for wine, so it doesn't matter if they get smushed. That makes sense. Okay, yeah. If you're picking it for human consumption, like not in wine form, you need to be a lot more delicate. But here it doesn't matter. Yeah, they can get... That makes sense. Notice the vines are also getting stripped. Yeah. It's a more destructive process, but you know. Benefits and downsides, I guess. The interesting part is how it managed to get the grapes off the vine, and it didn't even try to show us how that happened. Yeah, this disappointed me greatly too. User received Reddit Gold for this post. A lot of people winning the internet these days. Some random fascist might be Romania's next president. Why the fuck do you guys keep bringing up Romania? I'm not even entirely sure that it's a real place. Far-right populist shocks Romania by heading into the presidential runoff. Really? A far-right populist winning a European federal election? I would find it more shocking if one didn't. Also, this overshirt is too small. Romania is where they grow the lettuce. That's true. Romania is reeling after a little-known far-right populist secured the first round in the presidential, beating the incumbent prime minister. Got kind of like an Epstein stare to him, I feel, a little bit. I don't know why. Is it the face? Is it the expression? I don't know what it is exactly that's bringing that association to mind. So literally all incumbents are losing everywhere? Yes. Born in Bucharest, 62, holds a doctorate in pedology. Oh, that's where I got the Epstein association. A branch of soil science. Oh. And held different positions in Romania's environmental ministry in the 1990s, according to his website. Between 99 and 12, he was a representative for Romania in the National Committee of the United Nations Environmental Program. Once a member of Romania's far-right Alliance for the Unity of Romanians, or AR, Georgiu left the party in 22 after a period of infighting, being accused by colleagues of being pro-Russian and critical of NATO. Is that an accusation? It's probably like just straightforwardly true. I sometimes forget that Romania is in NATO. I still feel like Romania is a weirdly quiet country for its position. There's so much like territory, you know? Romania is so big for the Balkans, but I just rarely hear anything about them. It's just like Andrew Tate. That's like their one cultural export. Supports the Roman Orthodox Church, has sparked controversy in the past for describing Romanian fascist and nationalist leaders from the 30s and 40s as national heroes. Yeah, it sounds about right. Called Putin a man who loves his country and called Ukraine an invented state as opposed to other nation states which were discovered by anthropologists, but he claims to not be pro-Russian. Okay. Many observers have attributed Georgiu's success to his TikTok account, which has 3.7 million likes and 274,000 followers. Is that all it takes? I have way more. I've got more than that on my YouTube channel. But I guess I'm not in Romania. If I was a Romanian YouTuber, I would probably be one of the largest, I imagine, with the obvious exception being Andrew Tate. You know, smaller stakes. TikTok account had garnered 100 million views primarily within the last 2 months. Figure that grew by 52 million just weeks later, days before the first round vote. So the accusation is he's being like artificially boosted, and that's why he's surging to popularity. And let me guess, by far-right populist, it's just the standard dreck that we see from every other person like this, where they vaguely gesture at revitalizing national sovereignty and like making Romania great again and civilization and so on and so forth, and you know, blaming people who aren't Romanian for the problems they're experiencing. We can just find out. Georgiu TikTok. Will that get me there? The far-right TikTok star. Okay. This is not the person that I was looking for. What am I looking for here? I can't find his TikTok. I found... George Skew, which looks like it has the right amount of attention, but it's from a streetwear influencer. Those are some wild-looking shoes, though. He deleted his TikTok videos. Huh. Why? How a few hundred accounts coordinated on Telegram can sway the algorithm in an election. Seems a bit conspiratorial, but I'll believe anything. I've got an open mind and a small brain. Yep, these are highlighted posts, all collaborated together in a way that's meant to create an impression without giving you any definite evidence. Gotcha, gotcha. Sure looks like posts. He allegedly illegally paid influencers to promote him, yet reported zero campaign spending as of the middle of his campaign. Everyone thinks it was paid by Russia. Yeah, probably. Guys, I'm starting to think, was it maybe a bad idea to organize the entirety of Western democracy around the idea that it's possible to buy a bunch of attention? Like, through legacy media, new media, social media, whatever, that it's possible for just with a little bit of money, you can just buy whatever you want. Maybe it was a bad idea to do that. Just thinking about this. I need to get on TikTok. Like, really actively, I mean. I need to do a better job with that. I keep saying that. I've been saying that for years. I just... I feel like I've got some good sound bites. I feel like I can make headway there. Doomer posting. If you have something to say, say it. Artemy, you're being very demanding right now. Remembering that is just normal to me, Unorthodox Monkey. Why does this not talk about any of his political views? All I'm seeing is articles asking who this guy is, but then the articles aren't telling me who he is. Also, they're all repeats of the same article. Literally, like, as is always the case, all of these news articles are just copying off some central source. The Guardian goes over his views a bit. The election focused largely on Romania's soaring cost of living. The Black Sea country has the EU's largest share of people at risk of poverty, as well as the bloc's highest inflation rate and largest budget deficit at 8% of economic outlook. George Skew said on Facebook that after he had voted, he was standing for those who feel they do not matter and actually matter the most. Later, he said the results were an extraordinary awakening of the people. Even if the his popularity was financed by Russia, this is still like the same problem as before, right? Let me guess. The incumbent president of Romania was a do-nothing, at most neoconservative, who entirely acquiesced to the economic status quo and engaged in the exact same kind of like austerity-based policies that leave people feeling deprived and desperate for populist messaging. As usual, I take it. That is exactly right, and corrupt too. Great, great, great. Klaus Werner Johannes. Former physics teacher. Wow. National Liberal Party. Right, yeah, okay, I see, yeah. Do you think the this new George Skew guy is going to like appoint Andrew Tate to a government position? Because like Trump would, for sure, if in that position. Romania is ranked the last country in the EU in world terms of democracy, even behind Viktor Orban's Hungary. God damn. I didn't realize they were considered that far behind. A survey from June 2023 shows that over 90% of Romanians do not trust Iohannis, with only 8% having a positive opinion. Holy shit. You know, the more I look at this, the more I feel like the Russia narrative might be a distraction. Like, even if Russia if a far-right populist wins out over this, it's not because, like, some influencers got boosted or whatever. You can boost an influencer all you want. Mr. Beast isn't president, you know? It's the same problem as always. It's the thing that, like, leftists make fun of the Hillary Clinton campaign, you know, with regards to the Russiagate stuff, where, like, did Russia interfere and collude with Trump's campaign team? Yes. Was that why Hillary Clinton lost? No. But liberals blaming Russia for the loss, it's like you're missing a larger point here. This guy was not in the election until like a month before and had no social media, news, or public presence. No. I'm sure he was boosted. I'm just saying that, like, just because he's the guy who's taking advantage of or being pushed to take advantage of the malaise and the ennui experienced by the Romanians, that doesn't mean that like Russia isn't the problem here, right? It could have been a homegrown fascist with no financial backing. Like, okay, it could have been anything. The underlying problem, Jesus, 90% don't trust your centrist liberal Johannes? Yeah, exactly. Russia's just exploiting a massive existing vulnerability. Got a long-ass page. Been in government for a while. In terms of LGBT rights and recognition of same-sex unions in Romania, Iohannis has not clearly stated his opinion. Romanian society is not yet ready for a definite answer. I won't give an answer, but as a president, I'm willing to open up the issue for discussion. We love a king who does nothing and believes in nothing. It's the same everywhere, man. All of these liberal democracies, no matter like corrupt or not corrupt, all of them follow the exact same fucking pattern. You know, you get a like highly entrenched institutionalist do-nothing austerity liberal party where their leadership doesn't believe in anything besides following the whim of their consultant groups. And then invariably people get completely fed up with them, like they despise them. And then like the most populist message wins out, and always that's the far right, because the far right can secure funding and the far left can't. Well, good luck to Romania. I love liberal complacency. Don't we all, brother? Don't we all? Ugh. That was a very good neck crack. You saw in the middle of ceasefire Dana, I was mid-reading that. Were they being annoying? Probably. No. I trust your judgment. They can stay muted. I'll just go in the logs and find it. What is this? Biden called Macron to tell him Netanyahu was right to be angry since Paris had declared it would implement the ICC's arrest orders. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's fair, Thana. They are very annoying. Thanks, Joe. Very cool. Yeah. We're currently getting another push for a ceasefire deal between Lebanon. Now that we've basically accepted that the Gaza Strip has been mulched, we're getting another push for ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Is it going to happen? I mean, probably not. Why would Netanyahu stop now when there's no limitations whatsoever being placed on him? No threat. Lebanese sources, Biden Macron set to announce Israel-Hezbollah truce. And how does Netanyahu feel about this? John Kirby said, we're close, but nothing is done until everything is done. We've been close for like over a year now. Not between Israel and Lebanon necessarily, but, between Israel and whatever their enemy of the day is, at the very least. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I believe Israel might just be a bit scared of Hezbollah. Probably not scared, but like it is definitely true that they can't they're not as easy of a target as like Palestinian children, What are your thoughts on the statement that the IDF is worse than ISIS in terms of destruction and destabilization? Worse than ISIS? Well, ISIS doesn't have nukes. In terms of like the IDF is empowered by virtue of it being like a nation state with nuclear weapons and the backing of the United States. So in terms of it, like the ability to destabilize, like in that capacity, yes, certainly if things escalate between them and Iran, but they're two totally different kinds of destabilization, right? ISIS is like comparatively, powerless and decentralized, and their aims are unachievable effectively, which means they basically operate like a death. Yeah, they're basically like a death cult. Yeah, they don't really, there's not as much of a geopolitical push to what they do. They're motivated by geopolitics, but again, the idea of reestablishing a caliphate, it's not happening. So in practice, they're basically just like the barbarians in like a civilization game that spawn in the fog of war of the map that you have to deal with before all the civs borders touch each other. And you don't have the DLC that makes it so you can be friendly with them. I didn't even know that was a thing. I only played Civ 4. Am I the only one who would prefer a caliphate to Israel's continued existence at this point? No, let's not compare bad bitches. All I'm saying is they might not be as prominent these days, but ISIS is pretty bad. They're pretty bad. ISIS is pretty bad. They did a lot of mean, nasty stuff. Civ 7 is coming out soon. You should play it. It looks juicy. No. Civ 5 sucked. Don't like Civ 6. Don't like that other spacefaring one they did. Don't trust the studio. Civ 4 was good. Just need Civ 4. All that's needed. Should have stopped there. Civ 4, nice round number. Four sides and 4 corners to a square. Square, dependable shape. Civ 5 was great with the 5. You are literally, like 14 years old, and I don't care what your opinion is, all right? I was following the goddamn solo, like, round by email games. I was reading 50-page long forum thread updates on the play-by-plays of Civ 4 games that went on for 6 months in real life. You literally said you never played Civ 6? Yeah, I didn't like the vibe. That's all I need. Why do people get so defensive over a video game? Nobody's being defensive. People are just chatting. If you just ignore your instincts, it's so good. I just miss unit stacking, okay? That's all. No, I didn't play Alpha Centauri. I'm a grown man now, okay? I only have 6, 7, 8 hours a day to give to video games. I don't have infinite free time. I meant to talk about this. I think I touched on it very briefly a little bit ago. So MSNBC is going bankrupt. You know, we don't really know what's going to happen moving forward. Maybe the video can introduce the topic. Hit it.
Elon Musk wants to know how much it would cost to buy MSNBC.
Is there no video to this?
He's posting memes on...
Yeah, I'll talk about the Elon Musk element in a bit. So the problem with MSNBC, one of the problems with MSNBC is that it sucks. People often made the erroneous comparison between MSNBC and Fox, where Fox was like the right-wing media and MSNBC was the left-wing media. But in reality, there's no comparison. Again, we could talk about Morning Joe and the fact that, like, Joe Scarborough, the moment Trump won the election, he went down to Mar-a-Lago to pledge his fealty and bow down and kiss Trump's little feet. You know, like, it's MSNBC has never been ideologically committed to the project of getting left-wing policy agendas passed. Fox News is completely committed to this agenda, you know? There's really just no comparison. If you want a phenomenal example of how different not only their like effectiveness and consistency is, but the effectiveness of their strategies, have you not noticed Fox News and the people who are on Fox News are downright like ubiquitous? Fox News constantly has major social figures on, constantly has politicians on. There's like a non-stop circle between Washington and Fox News where Republicans boost their messages there. Fox News is incredibly aggressive in their social media channels. On YouTube, they by far get the most viewership of any of the major like mainstream news networks in terms of like every segment, non-stop, all the time. Their hosts often have a bunch of like other side stuff and other social media channels that they run through. People like genuinely, in terms of like how effectively they've weaponized their presence in the market, they are much more competent. MSNBC doesn't even come close. I can't even think of the last time. The big name in MSNBC is Rachel Maddow. When was the last time that there was a big event, some big point of news, and you looked it up on Google or YouTube, and a Rachel Maddow video clip was the first thing that popped up, or even the first 10 things that popped up? I know what the answer is. It's never happened. You don't need to tell me. No one cares. There is just nowhere near that level of aggression when it comes to pushing the message. So, of course, MSNBC is facing Russiagate. Yeah, maybe Russiagate. She was pretty prominent during that. And That worked out so well. Chris Hayes and Mehdi Hassan were great interviewers. Mehdi Hassan, what happened to that guy? Oh. Oh. Yeah. Europe. Do you think it's partly because of the outrage economy? Don't liberals have things to be outraged about? Does Trump not say insane shit all day, every day? I think the outrage economy should be playing pretty damn well in favor of the kinds of people who watch MSNBC. They've failed to move with the times, okay? Fox News has, MSNBC hasn't, in addition to a myriad of other problems. You know, they're just not workable. So anyway, they're going down, and maybe someone will buy them. Maybe Elon Musk will buy them. Maybe, as this article posits, Donald Trump will get to decide what happens to MSNBC. In truth, it doesn't really matter that much, because I don't think that many people watch MSNBC. You know that, like, oftentimes the ratings on these channels are not like widely known or discussed, and there's some obfuscation with the numbers. But these days, I'm pretty sure that Joe Rogan consistently polls per episode multiple times more than what you would get in like a given news day for MSNBC. You know? Like, they are just not that relevant. I mean, Christ, we might be approaching the point where my monthly views might be getting in the ballpark. Probably not as much as MSNBC, but like it's just difficult to imagine like the extent to which we are in a new world. I know, I mean it. It's not me being conceited. I'm also conceited, but this is not me being that. It is, yeah, the fact that there's even a comparison to be made, you know? Absolutely wild. We're entering like a new era of oligarchy. Elon Musk is wealthier than God. There are, it only takes 1 or 2 or 3 billionaires to buy up an economy. Do you remember what happened with Russia after the end of the Cold War? The state holdings of the Soviet Union were divvied up amongst a bunch of party officials, and they ended up overnight becoming some of the wealthiest men in the world. It really does not take that much money to buy a democracy. It just doesn't. I mean, Elon put how much into getting Donald Trump elected? Even if you count buying Twitter as part of that, which I think you should, at most maybe 45 billion. I mean, I know that's a lot, but it's only like 1/5 of what he's worth. 1/5 of what one guy's worth. I mean, that's not... It's the United States of America. And this era, this oligarchic acquisition, it's only going to get worse. The mainstream news networks are going to be bought up or consolidated, or they'll kowtow, as the Washington Post did, as the LA Times did, as CNN did a little while ago. They're going to say, well, the only way for us to appeal to the kind of people who watch our network and will continue to watch our network is to be right-leaning. Will that strategy work? Well, it didn't with CNN, but, you know, maybe. Either out of fear or profit-seeking, they will fall. And soon everything will be right-leaning. Independent media has already gone in this direction. Joe Rogan was not authentically right-leaning 8 or 10 years ago, you know? He was an idiot. And he still is an idiot, but he is now getting paid off. Or if he's not getting directly paid off, he recognizes that there is an implicit financial benefit with his audience demographics to being right-leaning. He might not even consciously recognize that. I'm not even necessarily saying he's like lying, though he does lie all the time. In this respect, I think it's more along the lines of just, they see which way the wind is blowing. And it's like that for a bunch of different independent media sources. Now, we do have an advantage, and it's that no matter how much money they spend, the Trump administration will not make the lives of the American people better. No matter how much they buy up the media environment so that every single day people wake up and get blanketed with information, they get told how ICE just cracked down on an immigration or like a migrant front and arrested some criminals, or you know, a white woman got killed at some point in the recent past by a brown guy, and how Donald Trump is fixing everything with these tariffs. It's not going to change the fact that people's lives are going to get harder. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. So truth works in our favor here. There's just nothing really they can do about that. Yeah, they can't buy media sources that will literally alter people's perceptions of their immediate reality, just how they interpret and frame those. You get what I'm talking about, right? I'm just letting you guys know you kind of have to be ready because the oligarchy has come for us. There was a post that I saw on Twitter earlier today that I thought was kind of charming, which was, it was quote tweeting this, here, I think I can just find it. I think I might have retweeted it. One second. Yeah, here we go. So the original post is saying, and this is a Nazi, I think. This is me mentally watching Trump cabinet appointments. It's been an emotional roller coaster. It's reinforced my absolute hate for the U.S. Senate and what's needed to get someone approved. We went from recess appointments to red flag law, Pam Bondi and Dr. Oz. I started out pretty positive. Gates, Homan, Musk, RFK, the only position I trust him in. Hegseth, now I won't do in this administration because it hasn't even started yet. That'd be silly. Even if nothing got accomplished, it is vastly better than the alternative. That said, come January 20th, it's accountability time. What this guy's essentially saying is that he wanted a Fourth Reich, but Trump keeps appointing neocons to cabinet positions. And the, I think, quite salient quote tweet was, been interesting to watch it slowly dawn on the worst MAGA has to offer, that the German-style race fascism they wanted isn't going to happen, and it's instead just going to be rich, corrupt, oligarchy, Russian-style fascism. And I think that's really astute. That is what we're going for. One of the reasons why that style of fascism has been exported so aggressively by Russia is because it's the one that is most compatible with liberal democracy. You know, it takes a lot of effort to pull a modern day progressive liberal democracy back into literal Fourth Reich territory. It doesn't take as much effort to just gently nudge the snowball further down the hill, you know, with regard to the consolidation of wealth in the hands of a smaller and smaller number of people who will use the government exclusively to the economic interests of them and their compatriots. That's a pretty easy, like, holdover, right? I mean, it's easy to move from A to B on that one. It's pretty straightforward. It's a lot more stable, too. One of the reasons why this, like, faux, isolationism is so common for modern right-wing populists, where they pretend that they just want to focus on their own affairs, but then they kind of continue the status quo when it comes to their colonial relations or trade partners, because that makes them the most money. The United States was fated to become an oligarchy after Citizens United. Yeah. And, you know, I really hope this gets some liberals to reflect on the, like, because I've seen liberals defend that decision, by the way, crazily enough. Like the inevitable outcome of this and of the innate incompatibility of fascism, or sorry, of democracy and capitalism. You know, there's just no way in a world where you can buy influence and where smaller and smaller groups of people have more and more money. You can't have a functioning democracy. You just can't. There's no way to overwhelm capital on that one. At least not reliably, not in a way that, like, meaningfully protects your institutions. And the vast majority of libs are against it. Yeah, the vast majority of libs are against Citizens United. I was saying I've seen some libs defend it. I mean, I'm talking to liberals right now, because I don't think we're yet at a position where a bunch of disillusioned Republicans are going to come back and say, man, Citizens United was a mistake. Like, we're not quite at that point. There are people who don't understand. Citizens United was inevitable in a system where a small number of people could own this much wealth. Like, you say Citizens United made oligarchy inevitable. I say capitalism made Citizens United inevitable. There is no world in which wealthy people can manifest this much influence in a way that would not, like, corrode our institutions and allow them to acquire more and more and more. It's regulatory capture, but on a legal level. It's regulatory capture in, like, a jurisprudence, you know, where over time things will get sort of burned out in favor of their interests. And now we're kind of reaching the end game, I feel. Well, not the end game. Nothing ever really ends, but yeah. Maybe he will buy it. I warned you about the bourgeoisie, bro. I told you, dog. Bourgeoisie, we don't use words like that here. That alienates the common man. We say rich people. We say, you know, money big boys. The 1%. Exactly. Like the owners. Well, we are about to get owned, so that is most certainly the case. You guys want to see something fun? A massive victory for the Republicans. I know, as if they haven't been getting enough of that. But don't worry. It happened in a state that we don't care about. State Republican victory. Louisiana, where we get a little sliver of what life is about to be like for the rest of us. Louisiana lawmakers pass income and corporate tax cuts, raising statewide sales tax to pay for it. They raise taxes on everyone, disproportionately the poor, for income and corporate tax cuts. Yeah, buddy. I thought Republicans wanted to cut taxes. Well, they want to cut corporate taxes, that's for sure. Fantastic. Louisiana's GOP-dominated legislature passed tax cuts on personal and corporate income on Friday in exchange for a statewide sales tax increase, giving Governor Jeff Landry much of what he wanted after his original tax reform package faced mounting resistance from lawmakers and lobbyists. Fantastic stuff. Critics warned the tax reforms would primarily benefit corporate shareholders and wealthy taxpayers, while the sales tax increase would exacerbate Louisiana's regressive tax system, where poorer households pay a higher percentage of their income on taxes. Thanks for warning them. I bet they didn't know that. Landry called the tax reforms historic and said they allowed all Louisianans to keep more money in their pockets and it would spur business investment. Fantastic stuff. A flat 3% individual income tax rate. A flat individual income tax rate. So in addition to raising the sales tax, which is regressive already, they implemented a flat tax at the state level. Incredible stuff, really. Louisiana Republicans said the measure advanced their goal of ultimately eliminating the income tax in the future. Income tax is a mandate. You have to pay it. You get punished for making more money. That's true. People who make more money pay more taxes. That is true. That is how taxes work as a concept. She argued consumption-based taxes were fairer. Sales tax is a choice, Emerson said. That's true. When poor people buy food at a grocery store, they could always choose to, well, wait, they don't apply sales tax to grocery items. Is that a national thing or a state level thing? In California and Washington, they don't have sales tax on grocery items. What about in Louisiana? They do apply sales tax to groceries? Well, maybe poor people shouldn't buy groceries then. It's great, right? Look, this is one of the reasons why I'm optimistic a little bit about the future. You can dress it up with populism as much as you want. This is the Republican Party. This has always been the Republican Party. This is an obscene tax hike for the median resident of Louisiana. You can, you can, all the pomp and circumstance about bringing America back to the 50s or removing all the undocumented immigrants or whatever the fuck, you can talk about all you like, okay? There is nothing Republicans can do to change the fact that their underlying policy priority is to make sure poor people suffer and wealthy people get everything they could ever want. Here's Louisiana's food insecurity rate. You don't need to tell me. Louisiana. What am I looking at here? Food insecurity rate. So the entire state is between the 26.1 and 39% food insecurity rate. I mean, that would be pretty impressive if it was next to like Ghana or Tanzania. Actual third world country state, yeah. Whole damn state. Good Lord. They're next to Mississippi. That's true. Maybe it is good for the region. Did I say Tanzania? Tanzania. Shut up. Sheesh. As part of the legislative package, lawmakers doubled the standard deduction for seniors and nearly tripled the standard deduction for individuals, effectively eliminating income tax on the lowest income households. That sounds good. The problem is that the lowest income households were already not paying. Okay, I don't know what the lowest. Okay, one second. Louisiana state tax bracket. What's the lowest bracket? Hold on. 3 income tax brackets. They had 3? Fucking clown state. Individual income tax. Wait, did they never have a zero pay? Was there never a... That's low, right? Yeah, that's pretty low. That's a low number of brackets. I don't know. Whatever, man. This is normal for red states, lol. You know, it's true. I actually haven't really investigated, like, state tax law for any states other than California and Washington, the 2 states where I've filed, where things are, in my mind, I guess, a little bit more sensible. That's crazy. Your state has no income tax, Lamau? Yeah, it's great for a streamer like me. I do think that's bad, by the way. Washington has very high sales tax. I think sales tax is bad. Flatly just bad. We should just have a progressive income tax. You know, I don't endorse this. Yeah, Oregon has no sales tax. Some people will live in, like, what is it, Vancouver, Washington, and they'll drive down into Portland to buy stuff where there's no sale tax, and then they'll go up where there's no state income tax. But those people pay in a different way, and that way is that Vancouver, Washington is a shithole. So they're paying like life's true tax, which is suffering, you know? God always collects his due. Lawmakers also redirected $280 million in vehicle sales tax funds from several major infrastructure projects over the next 2 years in order to help offset the income tax cut. Oh, that's great. That's phenomenal. Hey, guys, our new tax program can't possibly cover the state. Like, we can't pay for this. How are we gonna like keep our state together? Oh, just redirect like $250 million, you know, whatever. That's tomorrow's problem. Today's problem is lining the pockets of the corporations that are, you know, based here in Louisiana. I don't know, banjo stores or whatever. New Hampshire doesn't have sales or income tax. Aren't they hard up on property tax? That's like their main shit, right? In New Hampshire? Yeah, the property tax is insane. Good. State's new corporate tax income tax rate will be flat 5.5%, replacing the highest tier from 7.5%. Landry had wanted a 3.5% flat rate. Sheesh. Maybe having a really, really, really low state tax in Louisiana actually makes sense because the shithole state provides nothing for you. The idea of like paying a state income tax is kind of based on the idea that the infrastructure the state provides you assisted in the making of your income. But my mental map of Louisiana is that you take like a paddle boat down to like a Bayou banjo store, and then you wait there and no one comes in, and then your roof collapses in on you. So I don't know how much like help the state is necessarily providing with regard to maintaining the economic opportunities. Don't forget New Orleans. Oh, heaven forbid I forget New Orleans. If Louisiana doesn't get their taxes, how are they going to keep repairing New Orleans for the next century? Louisiana's corporate income tax rate had been the highest in the South, according to the Tax Foundation, a conservative think tank. No doubt, no doubt. Louisiana just became a much more attractive place to do business. Louisiana Economic Development Secretary Susan. You're fucking kidding me. You've got to be joshing me. Susan Bourgeois, I assume. Okay. All right. Folks, the simulation is glitching. I just saw 2 black cats walk by the open doorway. I can't let me out. Tank, let me out. Hear a landline phone ringing somewhere elsewhere in the house. Get me the fuck out of here, okay? I want to eat my goddamn gruel on the Nebuchadnezzar. Jesus. I thought we didn't use those words. Yeah, apparently not. Like, a playbook they have to adhere to. I don't even see news. Blonde brunette. Susan Bourgeois. Personally, tax to reduce annual revenue 1.3 billion. That's the original plan. Oh yeah, Benjamin. None of these kids are going to get that reference. If people who watch me haven't seen The Matrix, that's very much a them problem. I thought my whole audience was transgender. Don't they know? That's where transgenderism was invented. Christ. Lawmakers raised the state sales tax to 5%, equivalent to an increase of 1 cent in every dollar spent. In 2030, state sales tax be reduced to 4.75%. The state's current sales tax stood at 4%, along with a temporary 0.45% sales tax that had been set to expire next year. We're stacking multiple additional fucking sales tax increases. Louisiana already had the highest combined state and average local sales tax in the country at 9.56%. What the fuck? Okay. Whatever. I've talked about this a million times before, and it sounds very liberal of me. It sounds very like FDR of me. But the greatest economic growth is built on the back of a strong middle class. You want that perfect like fence riding middle ground where people have enough money that they can buy like dumb shit that they want. Is that not the dream? But not so much money that they turn into wealth hoarding dragons. If people have too little money, they can't buy shit. So why build shit? Your economy collapses, Great Depression style. But if people have too much money, you know, they spend a little more on like accountants to make sure they can take advantage of 16 tax loopholes, and they keep it all in the Cayman Islands, and they assassinate you if you write an article about how they're hoarding wealth and pulling it out of the economy untaxed. Louisiana's infrastructure is so bad, our Department of Transportation is giving away bridges. Hasn't this been practiced for a while where people will be like, Do you want to pay money to have this be named your bridge or something? Oh, wait, never mind. Louisiana's offering its historic Highway 90 bridges closed for years due to structural issues to anyone interested in picking them up and hauling them away. Okay. Free, you know, I-90 chunk, 500,000 tons of steel and rust and concrete. For the first time, someone says, I have a bridge to sell you, and they actually mean it. State officials hope this will help in the process of finding funding to repair and reopen the artery between Louisiana and Mississippi. Maybe it's best to keep them separate. Death Stranding IRL. Yeah, you just have to bring the resources over to the little way station, and they'll build the highway. Like connecting two septic tanks. To be fair, it's all swamp down there and hard to maintain roads. Okay, but to be fair, we built them in the first place. I think we should be able to maintain them. Like, I'm not a big highway guy, but the American, you know, interstate highway program, like we built, we did a damn miracle with the amount of roads we built in this country and how quickly we built them. The railroads first and wiring everything up with plumbing and electricity and the road network, the millions of miles of road we built. And now because all the money in the world is being hoarded by like 5 guys, we can't build them anymore. There's no money to build them. Like, we would have the money to build them if we taxed the wealthy, but we won't because the wealthy control the government and the media. So, Five Guys, that place sucks. POV, you have a peanut allergy. Or you don't want to die of high cholesterol. Either or. No, Vosh, I have a spending $25 on a burger allergy. Okay, there's no reason to exaggerate. It would be like, I don't know, $9 to $12 for a burger. $25 on a burger, that's any other restaurant in existence right now, you know? Five Guys is a little bit below the curve. Not by a lot, but, you know. No, it's actually 25 at Five Guys. I don't think that's true. Maybe if you're door dashing it. It literally is. Off an Uber Eats menu, I'm seeing like $15, but that's off the Uber Eats menu, so like presumably it would be less if I went in person. Is that just the burger with fries and stuff? Well, yeah, if you add fries and a drink, then the price goes up. I was just saying burger. Burger. No, I was looking at the regular panic stasis. The small one was like 12. It's $5 per guy. We almost have a working minimum wage for each of the 5 guys. But Vosh, it's illegal to get a burger without fries and a drink. The real secret to eating out and not breaking your bank is to pre-game fries. The way you like pre-game drinks before going to the club or a bar or whatever. Have like a pound of seasoned fries at home and then go to the restaurant for the nice burger. Because the fries that you make will probably not be that much worse than the fries they're going to give you unless they have really good fries. Their burger will be better than anything you would make though. So that's what you want to spend your money on. That's absurd. That's life in parkour civilization. They do have Cajun fries. Well, you can make Cajun fries. You just use Cajun seasoning. What the hell is this? Why am I being linked? Yahoo News. Pam Bondi, picked to replace Matt Gaetz, wants to deport pro-Palestinian protesters. I mean, Trump wants to do that, right? So it's not a huge surprise. Hey, if my channel very suddenly and very inexplicably stops being loudly pro-Palestinian, I promise you that I'm only acting out of the self-interest that I would expect you all to act out of in the same circumstances, okay? You can't deport Americans, lol. Yeah, you can. Anyone who ever steps foot in America is an American. And since people have been deported, ergo, you can deport Americans. I think the biggest red pill in terms of people shifting away from the Trump administration is when they repeal the ACA and overnight 30 million people lose health insurance. That's probably going to be a pretty big, like there are going to be so many Republicans who wake up the next day, or like the next time they go to the hospital, their coverage gets declined or they get an email or something. Like, again, there's no amount of Republican propaganda that can undo that, you know? And they'll still blame Dems? Oh, I mean, sure, but it fuels dissatisfaction. There are limits to that. They upheld the ACA on constitutional grounds, nuts, but they could still just repeal it like legislatively, which they will have the mandate to do in both the House and the Senate, assuming we don't have any more John McCain moments. Nah, Edward, people aren't, it's not so much a loyalty thing, at least not for a lot of these people. A lot of new voters and young voters voted for Donald Trump, you know? They think he's going to epically make America great again. They'll see. Remember, getting to stay on your parents' health insurance until you're 26 years old, that's an ACA thing. Past, you know, if the ACA gets repealed, you only get to stay on your family health insurance plan until you're 18. When you don't need it. Because you're 18, or 17, I guess, prior to that point. Not to say 17-year-olds don't need health insurance, but like they need it a little bit less than some other people, that's for sure. On average. At 18, your limbs grow back. Yeah, you still have that like gecko plasticity, you know? We've all seen it happen. A high schooler gets their like heel caught in a closing door and their leg pops off and people are like, oh, that sucks. It's okay. Yeah, I'll just have to like wait a month and it'll grow back. Doesn't happen once you're 30. 18-year-olds are like 60% stem cells. They look like the fucking T-1000 from Terminator 2, you know? That's why they let like 15-year-olds compete in American Ninja Warrior. You know, they fuck up on the crossbar jump, hit their head on a pole on the way down, and you see their split open skull reknit itself together, like the fucking Terminator. It really is fucked up, though, about American Ninja Warrior. I saw a recent season of it, and it's, like, emotionally devastating to see it happen over and over again, where you have, like, a 37-year-old, like, dentist slash triathlon athlete do his best and then fuck up on the 5th obstacle, and then some 15-year-old with a broccoli haircut who calls himself, like, the flossing gladiator, absolutely just mulches the course and then goes for the high jump and hits the button like no problem, you know, 1 minute 7 seconds after starting. It's insanely fucked up. It's so bad. Just like parkour civ? I suppose it is. No one goes for the high wall in parkour civ. Better to you know, better to go for the low wall. They don't call them zoomers for nothing. True. Don't do this to me, Thana. Yeah, if only Teddy Burke. We might add a few like classic emotes soon, nuts, in accordance, you know, with the changing times. Politics stream. No representative of Pam Bondi's Department of Justice. I am actually not a politics stream. I am a commentary/gaming YouTube channel. Please do not deport me for not literally wanting all Palestinians to be killed. I am a simple, humble Bloodborne streamer. Theoretically, an Elden Ring streamer if we can get past the final boss. Who linked this to me? Labor's resurgence can continue despite Trump. The problem with America's labor resurgence is that I don't know how strong a correlation there is between union power and voting in people who build union power. A lot of the Teamsters union voted for Trump. There are other, like, disillusionment with the status quo seems to be a stronger driving force. Joe Biden was very good on unions, yes, but he was also terrible at messaging and still ultimately represented a continuation of the status quo everyone's so unhappy with. So, you know, union members are still made up of, or they are still median voters, like by default, you know? You need someone with a strong populist message. Something, Bernie Sanders. Relevant? An election map that asks, what if only educated people voted, and a follow-up question? What if only people with trade school or a bachelor's voted? Yeah, basically the same outcome. So what is the point of this? Is this like a very online blog because it refers to Basil like directly rather than not referencing the source of the tweet? Third image. Yeah, I've posted that. Well, not posted. I've talked about this on stream. Donald Trump is objectively the party of the working class right now. In terms of people who voted for him, for the first time in our lifetimes, Donald Trump's, you know, electorate, the people who voted for him, sway towards low education and low income. Historically, Democrats have occupied the low income category, low or high education. Bill Clinton again, you know, so on and everyone in the low income category. And likewise, Republicans have been in the high income category. For this time, for the first time, Republicans are taking the, you know, down here. Trump has always occupied the low education category. Likewise, since Hillary Clinton, Democrats have always occupied the high education category. Now Harris is in the high income category, which is pretty interesting. Brunch liberals? Well, not necessarily. It's just a lot of poor people voted for Trump because poor people are usually the most dissatisfied with the status quo. Also, there is a correlation between education and income, right? How do you reach those people? Be a populist. Remember, Bernie Sanders did really well with these groups. It's been a while, but have you seen Ben Burgess's response to your question, Vosh? Why didn't he respond to me on Twitter? This is a 32-minute long video. I'm not trying to like drama monger or anything. I just oh, sorry. I paused it. I don't know why YouTube likes to autoplay so much. Shameful. Vosh calls working class stupid and uneducated while explaining Trump's victory. There's not much to talk about here because like my statement is empirically correct and any negativity that you would read into it would be derived from other assumptions you would have to make about my belief system. Like, obviously, yes. I'll listen to like a minute, but yeah. How do these get tangled so much?
Is a bad thing, you know, and just, you know, proceed from there, right? So that there are different ways of processing what happened here. One of them is, you know, the caption, seriously, what is wrong with this person? And he saw it and responded, you know, care to tell me why I'm incorrect? And
oh, that was me. I said that.
I knew I wanted to do that in more than a tweet, right? That I wanted to do some kind of on-air response to that, since you know, I think that that's the format that would better serve that you know, that response. And you know, at the time I was thinking, okay, maybe I can like record something in the
information I'm going to get, like info per minute
being,
on this one, you know, unit of information per minute.
For a lot of reasons, I was being way.
A truck filled with stupid juice into the water supply.
Yeah, I don't think so, right? At the very least, I have questions about the mechanism, right? You know, for the mass outbreak of stupidity, and I think that you know. Or alternately, you know, is it that the that like voting Republican, you know, is actually the smart thing to do before 2024?
I'm not really sure what the point we're getting at is. It's fine. I like the cat though. Yeah, not much else I can really say about it. Would you ever write a politics book? Yeah, I'll have a text to speech or speech to text AI. Get every stream I've ever done, and then I'll put that into a book. I'll just like aggregate the text, put it in 4-point font, you know, Times New Roman, and slap that down in something that will rival, I think, the Odyssey. I don't know. I mean, it could. I think it could do big numbers. Hello, Artemy. We train chimps to read this book. They all hang themselves. Oh man. Will you also watch the new... I like how you say also watch as though we just substantially engaged with that video. Will you also watch the new Noah Samson video? He puts you in the thumbnail. Why? How am I in the thumbnail? The YouTube content wasteland. And why is it an old picture of me? Ah, whatever. Ain't it always like that? Yo, what the fuck? He lost his aura. What happened? He had a mustache and mullet, right? He's still a, you know, I don't think he looks bad. It's just, yeah, you know, I don't know. No chapter breaks. Okay. There's the Destiny section. Wait, aren't these really old Destiny clips? Yeah, this is from like... This is really, really old. So, wait, it's literally just like drama slop then. That's also a really old picture of him. Okay, it's pure drama slop. Okay. No, it's pure drama slop. Okay, I gotcha. All right. Nothing really to engage with there then. That's good. Look at how glazed over his eyes are. Yeah, he doesn't even have the heart to hit it. Watch the whole thing deadpan, no commentary. Nothing to say. Why am I even here? I'd like to believe that, Emma. That's very kind of you. Did you see David Hogg low-key celebrating Mary Peltola's loss? What the fuck? Dude, David Hogg fucking sucks, man. He's literally a gun control over all other politics guy. All of his political instincts boil down to that. How are you going to be anti-gun in Alaska? What are you talking about? That's insane. You have to fight like 7 wolves just to get to the local bar. In Alaska? How do you protect yourself from bear? I mean, literally, like you can't be you can be as progressive as you want. You're gonna have guns over there, man. That's crazy. Like, is that all you have to say about Mary Peltola losing? Peltola's awful on gun control. Good riddance. Like, really? She was like a indigenous, like progressive activist for fishing rights, like like a lot of progressive positions on ecology and social, and her victory was like a huge dub that was very unexpected, and she was pushed for, a end to the first past the post. Like, she was an advocate for the electoral reform, and the only thing he has to say is good riddance because this Alaskan woman thought that in the state where you have to sumo wrestle a polar bear before you can get to your car in the driveway, like that she was pro-gun. What a piece of shit. He thinks she would have won if she had been hard on guns. Yeah, I like the implication that the reason she lost was that she wasn't anti-gun enough. Like, yeah, Mary Peltola, the main problem with her re-election bid was that if she had been anti-gun, the Alaskans would have liked her more. No, I know that, Pete S., but the trauma of having survived a school shooting doesn't mean you get to have, like, stupid shit politics. I largely agree with gun reform being, like, a priority nationally. I think the Democrats often do a terrible job advocating for it, but I like certainly with regard to like red flag laws, background checks, gun registrations, closing the straw purchases loophole, like gun show loopholes, that kind of thing. There are, I'm in favor of stuff like that. It's just not a single issue vote position or whatever. People are being sensible in the replies, at least. If they got rid of guns in Alaska, they would be annexed by bears tomorrow. What was that I think it was Liam Neeson film where the wolves were scary? He was like a wolf hunter to curb their population growth. The Gray, that's right. That movie was fucking scary, man. Unfortunately, wolves do get a bad rap because much like bears, they're mostly just chilling. Like, why would a wolf want to fight a human? Like, the default human that a wolf comes across in Alaska is heavily armored in multiple layers of wool and leather and has a gun. Like, they're smart enough to know. I know if they're hungry. I know. I just think people think that wolves are like evil or malicious or whatever, and they're not. You know, even grizzly bears aren't. They're just a lot more aggro than black bears. Polar bears will eat. It was sure they will. But wolves, for the most part, yeah, don't want to tussle with humans, and they're friend-shaped. Fucking. They're often revered in a lot of modern ancient cultures for wisdom, cunning. Wolves? Well, yeah, we domesticated dogs from wolves. I mean, that's where they came from. Dogs are literally like the most trainable, useful animals we ever got. I mean, useful, I guess you could say, like sheep or cows, I guess, because we made livestock of them. But in terms of like being buddies you can train, horses, we don't really train horses as well as we train dogs, though. Horses are pretty dumb, right? Like, you get on a horse and you can train them to like tolerate being ridden. But with dogs, you can... Okay, shepherd dogs are crazy. Like, have you seen those videos where the dog like expertly corrals a bunch of sheep through a little opening in a fence, like 1,000 sheep, and it's like zooming around? That's genuinely crazy, because I feel like they're doing some math up here on like the best way to corral them, and then like one sheep gets split away and they turn around and cut it off to push it back into the grouping. It's really, really cool. Really, a lot of respect, you know, a lot of respect there. The average shepherd's dog is smarter than me. I would look at all the sheep and I would think, how do I make the sheep move? Ah! Try to make myself as large as possible, like to scare them. And I think that a group of sheep could kill me, because I would like slip in the mud and then they would trample me. They would eat me. God. Bro hasn't played Twilight Princess. Well, in fairness, no one has in the past 15 years except for speedrunners. That game doesn't have the longevity of Wind Waker. So, you know. I have? No, you haven't. Like this video? Fuck, it's a YouTube short. It's gonna play as soon as I open it. Ah! I bet it's playing music and I can't tell. Was it playing music? No? Oh, cool. Minecraft reference? Dude, look at the dog. What are you doing?
Come by.
He's zoning.
Walk on. Good girl. Shh, shh, shh. Walk on. Lou. Up.
This is why I think the modern like puppy girl discourse is fucked up, because when I imagine like dog girl, I imagine like 6'6", hyper athletic, competent, enthusiastic coded. But apparently it just means that you like it when people bite you. I don't know. It's fucked up. What dog likes that? I guess they play with each other. I don't know. Go back to being cat girls. All right? Get the fuck out of my lane. Yeah, oh, you're a puppy girl? Okay, can you run at 26 kilometers per hour to corral 1,000 sheep in 1 minute? No? Get the fuck off Twitter. Can you scare the mailman? Not gonna lie, I only see Nazis on Twitter. Where are the dog girls? Yeah, I'm gonna move to Blue Sky. I hate it because like I hate having to like re-follow people, but you know, all right. It's so much nicer. Yeah, for now. Just whatever. I'm just glad I got my name. Use follow packs. I feel like I should just not follow anyone. You know? Yeah, I don't want to be a follower. I want to be a leader. You can use Blue Sky on desktop, right? You can? Okay, cool. Okay, really quick, because I posted this to it the other day. Look at how damn nice these boots are. I'm still so happy with them. Still working to break in the leather, which is going to take quite a long time because they're, you know, boots. But I really like them. Unfortunately, the Alden's boots have degraded in quality over the past, like, 40 years, which is the case with kind of, like, everything. So if I do get a second pair of boots, I'll get some Vibergs, because no one can bitch at me if I get some damn Vibergs. They're still really nice, though. Would you straight lace those? I don't really know different boot lacing techniques, to be honest. Fake mock toe, get whites, they're in Spokane. I'm fine with it being a fake mock toe. They're big enough for my, you know, for my toe. It's not uncomfortable at all. Very, very comfy. Get a pair of Tims? I have a pair of Tims, but they're not really in the same quality. Whatever happened to Threads? No one gave a shit about Threads. Like, up until right after it came out. Also, it's just another, like, Instagram handoff, you know? It's not, like, a new platform, basically. I intend to, Toby Coyote. I've just been busy with a lot of stuff. It doesn't allow porn, so nobody cares. You know, that process is going to continue, the depornification of the internet. On one hand, I think there's some good to that, because it does seem kind of crazy that when I was growing up, when I was in, like, middle school, if I, in my mind, was like, I think boobies might look nice, my follow-up would be, well, I wonder if on Newgrounds anyone has posted a flash animation where you can, like, see the nips a little bit in the shirt that the stick figure girl is wearing, you know? That was the kind of like the access point. But nowadays, it's like 12-year-olds are on Twitter lying about their age, and if you type in something like woman on Twitter, everything it shows you is a porn bot that hashtags like every possible associated term. If you type literally anything, you get porn. And I think that, like, that might be a bit fucked up, I guess. At the same time, the depornification of the internet also hurts sex workers and not safe for work artists, who I consider sex workers. And, you know, a lot of them are out there doing their best. So, yeah. Yeah, like, it's genuinely insane how susceptible we are, I guess. It's fucking wild. What do you think about barefoot shoes? I got an email from somebody who makes me really want to try them. I'm kind of interested in trying barefoot shoes. I think that some of the stated benefits to them make sense. Like, I've thought about them and I think they make sense. It's just that a lot of barefoot shoes are kind of ugly because they're doing this weird, they have like the toe shoes, or they have like a big clown foot print, you know? Yeah, if you want something that's in that ballpark, it's like you want like a work boot, basically, like a mock toe construction with a zero drop sole. I'm a mailman who walks around in them all day. They work great for me. That makes sense. Can find like some fashionable ones, but now that I like fashion, I feel like it would kind of hurt me a little bit. Maybe I'm just going to put more effort into finding shoes that have a nice wide toe box, I think. I'm currently wearing barefoot shoes. Nice. Yeah, MX did. The main thing, you want the enough width with the toes, and you want the zero drop, and like a flexible sole that allows you to kind of like walk a little bit more freely. Aren't Converse zero drop? Like by default? Don't they have like basically no padding? And they're pretty flexible, right? Do they have like a slanted, like a heel buildup a little bit? They have a pointy toe though. Yeah. They got bought by Nike and that changed. They also have like a raised toe. Crazy what we do in the name of fashion. Like that. See how the toe raises? Converse are good lifting shoes because they don't have a bunch of padding. Yeah. Most skate shoes are like this. I'm sure there's a reason for that. Well, I don't really think these are good for skating in, right? Because, well, no, hold on. Maybe having a really, really long toe, if you lean forward a little bit, you have like a bigger surface area. I don't know. I don't know enough. I can't really say. My opinions are mostly on what looks good, not what's functional or practical. It doesn't really matter right now anyway, because I'm just going to be wearing boots up until like for the next 5 months, you know? It's wet and cold up here in Seattle. I'm not going to go outside in sneakers. How much are your shoes? You mean the boots? Good boots are expensive. But if you take care of them, they last forever. Jim Green's Africa Rangers are somewhat attractive, in my opinion. Aren't these the people that make the anti-poacher boots, the ones made of like buffalo leather? Yeah, I think Jim Green is pretty well renowned for excellent high-quality work boots. Not expensive either. 150 pounds for some nice work boots. I mean, you know. Anyway, I got my Red Wings. Nice. I'll probably get some at some point. Tabbies are actually used by Japanese construction workers. I actually really like the style. I don't know. I have a couple of tabbies myself. I feel like this goes in the category of articles of clothing that I would get made fun of for owning or wearing, you know? Can't deny these guys look sick, though. Hell yeah, man. Since when has that stopped you? I suppose that's true. These are straight-lace shoes. Yeah, are these like considered the more work-weary way of doing it? I don't know. I'd have to look into it. Have I talked about the NASA stuff? Oh, it's not that interesting, really. It's just that the implication from statements being made that NASA will be further defunded because it would allow the government to lean even further on the SpaceX, which is almost certainly going to happen, by the way. Basically guaranteed to happen. Like the entire point of this oligarchical, you know, seizure of the government is to enable the greatest amount of wealth acquisition basically like ever since the dismantling of the Soviet Union. So we're probably going to see a lot of that. We are going to see audacious levels of corruption day in and day out, like all day, every day, where so many of these decisions are being made like very nakedly for the benefit of just a few oligarchs in Trump's cabinet or in his orbit. All that Doge spending. One such program is particularly interesting candidate for the chopping block, NASA. Very, very good. For over a decade, Musk's rocket company, SpaceX, has been the recipient of billions of dollars worth of NASA contracts. I mean, hey, a bunch of government money going to SpaceX wouldn't be a change from the status quo, right? It's just a continuation of what's already been happening. I wouldn't hold your breath, Mr. Wynn. Anyway, the narrative is going to be like NASA is outdated and isn't doing its job well anyway. And SpaceX is a more effective, you know, explorer of the stars. Yeah, NASA's woke or something. They getting rid of NASA for real? No, we're not saying they're getting rid of NASA, just that people are concerned that they're going to, because it fits in line with the expectations we have of the coming administration. JFK, if you can hear this. He can't. Where does one get good shoes that aren't foam? Well, it depends on what you want those shoes to do. I do think there's some viability to the barefoot shoe stuff, but like, what do you mean by good? Like fashionable, casual, work shoes, work boots? What's the, I mean, there's a lot of categories, you know? Yeah. Nothing but good news, folks. Let me take a piss. I'll be right back. Vosh influenced me into getting those Buck Mason deck shoes. They're pretty good. Those are from Moonstar the Deep. But yeah, Buck Mason sells them here in the West. And yeah, no, I quite like them. Yeah, they're basically just I mean, they're essentially the same as like you know, Converse in terms of them being like a deck shoe construction, though they're simpler and a bit more old-fashioned. In terms of zero drop wide toe boots, these things are fantastic. Own 2 pairs. Yeah, I guess my main issue with this is that I don't find it very attractive. If I'm wearing boots, I want them to be leather. Breaking in leather is like the whole fun of having boots. 1 second. God help me, I love this shirt. I really hope I'm able to snag a Black Friday deal or two on some double RL shirts, because those things make me so happy. I'm not even asking for much, God. I'm not asking for one of their wool shawl collar cardigans that cost like $1,000. I just want a nice t-shirt on sale. Is that so hard? Do you wear wide-toe EE boots? When available, yeah. How do you feel about ill-fitting graphic tees? Would it be possible to wear them in a not ill sense? Could they fit healthily? Is such a thing possible? No? Illegal? That's unfortunate. That's a rough one. Ooh, they have such nice teas. Ooh. I'll stop looking now. What about these two futuristic? That does not conform to my stylistic preferences, I'll say that much. Anyway. Is Xi or Trump worse? Stop asking me questions. Thanks, man. I know that takes a lot of self-control. It's Black Friday! It does. It does, a little bit. Big news. Here are the 2 turkeys that Joe Biden has pardoned. 2 turkeys have been pardoned? Why 2? Black Friday's in 4 days. Yeah, but it's usually like a whole week of sales. All right, I love them. It's 2 every year? Is it 2 every year? I'm dumb. Maybe I'm just forgetting that. I do love them though. I'm glad they're safe. How are we doing, folks? How are we doing? Yeah. Oh. Well, I don't think it's that serious, Intelligent Donkey. I care about fashion, but I also don't have 500 for a cardigan. Do you have any advice on where to look? Well, no, because I don't know what your preferences are or what type of items you like or anything. Just anywhere to look, like anywhere at all. Thrifting can be good, but thrifting is getting harder and harder over time. It's more and more of a pain in the ass. Yeah. Nice, Pumpkin. Good get. All right, I'm going to read donations. Still haven't gone over the links that Wardpipe sent, so since I haven't gone over them yet, I guess I'll keep them there. A Glitter and Dragon Last, thank you for the gifted Tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. And Soli, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. What do you think of my new kitty? I think I can say I speak for all of chat when I say that we love them and hope they're doing well. Sleepy. Canned Soy Milk, thanks the Tier 1 sub. Nayslayer, thank you likewise. Isaiah Wave X, thank you for the $5. Are you ready for the bird flu pandemic and Harris Clinton winning in 2028 by 1 vote? Then the Dems are centrist for 4 years before Barron Trump / Vivek wins in 2032. Yeah, it sounds to me like you could take to relax a little bit. You got to tone it down a little bit, okay? You know, the man who worries then suffers twice. Guino 2KK, thanks the $5. I'm from Salinas and our population is like 80% Latino. A scenario where our undocumented population is deported would cripple us. It's unreal. Well, we'll see what happens, I suppose. Appalachian Anarchist, thank you for the 5. Enjoy your PV organizing call, or I hope you enjoyed it. Big Turkey the Stinky, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. This donation is my penance for being one of the ding-dongs that sent you an email about trusting Alan Lichtman. You were right, he's a dipshit. I don't fault you for sending me an email over it, okay? There's nothing... It's just a behavioral vibe, I guess. But yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the penance, okay? I'm not too modest as to deny it. Thank you very much. Superbat, I'm sorry that PayPal gave you grief, but I'm happy to see the Tier 1 sub now. I appreciate that. And Sake, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 subs. With a classic Sake tactic of a YouTube short. This channel explains so much about Vosh's daily cat life. Does it?
So I gave birth to my orange-flavored son about 2 years ago, and when I tell you I could not have prepared for how orange he actually is. I knew oranges aren't like normal cats, but I had no idea what I was getting myself into. He's got all the normal orange cat stuff, like screaming at the top of his lungs and only getting access to the collective brain cell once every... never. But this...
Yeah, I'm familiar with this channel. He's a bit soy for my taste personally. No hate, just a preference thing. Right now, it's mostly Ruben who loses his goddamn mind. I mean, really, 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 like, just goes ape shit. You know, gets the poop zoomies. Like, after the cat's shit, they want to run around everywhere because they hate you and want to track, like, clay, the like, cat sand. Zipping all up and down the place. It's crazy. It's because they feel lighter. Yeah, they've jettisoned excess weight, and now they are free to run over your carpet at Mach 3. Intelligent donkey, they don't normally do that. I don't think. I think maybe like once I saw that happen, but... It's the concept that all orange cats share a collective brain cell. Oh, 100%. Yeah. You know, I think, I don't know if there's literally... there are actually, like, genuinely associations between cat color and, like, behavioral traits. I don't know if there's any science on it or whatever, but it does often feel that way. Absolutely crazy. Just the other day, I got a video of it, but I can't show it. Artemy likes to lay down on the chair that I'm currently sitting in because it smells like me, I guess. And Ruben likes to get up onto the desk by jumping onto Artemy, but sometimes he'll just continue standing on Artemy because he knows that it will bait Artemy into, like, fighting him. So Ruben will just be standing on top of Artemy, looking down, and they'll both be batting at each other. Very, very cute. Nova Star, thank you for the $2. Barry Pittman, thank you for the 1 and 5 donos. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Barry Pittman. Matt Hoskins, thanks the $5. This is why next year's DNC chair election matters so much. I just have a grim feeling that they're going to re-elect the same goddamn... or it's going to be worse, you know? Don Summer, thank you for the $10. I made friends with my neighbors, and now they're helping us keep an eye on a Trumper who's been stalking our house since the election and taking pictures with our Harris signs in the yard. What the fuck? I'm glad you're being proactive and talking to your neighbors about that. That's insane. Make sure to document the behavior of that motherfucker as well. At the very least, like, yeah, getting a camera or talking to the police just to get, like, a record down so that if something does happen, you have, you know, like a history of behavior that you can point to. Jesus. Player Nazik and Mr. Venom, thanks to the 5 both. True, I'd love to see some Jimbro try to shovel and carry clay for 10 hours like I did. It's just not the same skill set. Not even close. Don Juan III, thanks to 20 real. Vosh, it seems Bolsonaro decided to speedrun Brazilian laws. Here's a website made to track if he's jailed. Bolsonaro já foi preso. Also the left one, Uruguay elections. Yippee. Well, that we did cover. I can't speak to the usability of your website. I'm sure I'll hear if he gets jailed, though. I would love to see photos of him behind bars. It'd be nice to be reminded that it is actually possible to hold fascists accountable when they attempt to kill their opposition and steal the election, you know? Still alive, millions of dead raccoons, and Mr. Venom, again, thank you. Thank you all for the $5. I really appreciate that. What this Romanian story teaches us is that we should listen to Vosh 100% of the time. That's my take. He's right as usual. Yeah, true, certainly. But, like, we really have to stress this point on the need for populism moving forward because, like, something has to give, man. The Dems have to acquiesce. And millions of dead raccoons. Good on you for the interview. There aren't a lot of Holocaust survivors left, you know, just on account of age. It's important to get their stories while possible. Tajirai, thank you for the 2 $10 donos. I really appreciate those. I've been raving about this for literal months because I work in retail where we sell tons of imported products. And on the inventory end, we may just drop a lot of them because they'd be like 3 times the price. So basically, if you don't like an organization and want it gone, you get Elon to buy it off and try to run it for a year. He harasses all the staff he likes and fires the rest, makes it unviable. Yeah, in all likelihood, yeah, basically. I mean, he doesn't have any official governmental power, but I don't think that's going to matter very much in the upcoming election. It's probably not like the relevant, you know. If they go through with those tariffs, though, yeah, stuff is going to get a lot more pricey. If the tariff is 20%, a lot of stuff will go up much more than 20%. For one, the company isn't going to want to make the same margin when the product costs more. The margin is a proportion of the cost of production and offering, not like a flat amount on top. So it'll rise more than 20%. But also, a finished product might not be imported. It's possible that there are a bunch of like cascading price increases all over the place. You can imagine like you sell a widget that is made in China, but sold here in the United States, but it doesn't just have the tariff applied to it once, you know? For one, the company that has the brick and mortar store that sells that widget is now paying a lot more for all the stuff they're bringing in, which means that just running the store costs more, so there's an additional surcharge on that. Then in China, the company that's selling stuff over here in America and thus paying the tariff, they now have to pay the tariff on a lot more goods, and it's possible that some of those goods may no longer be viable for sale, which means that they would have to raise the prices on the stuff that still do make it through. So that's an additional price hike. Then there's the possibility that some of the materials that are made, that make up the construction of the widget also fall through with these tariffs multiple times. You could have stuff that goes up 50, 60, 70, 80% in price, or just doesn't get sold in the United States at all because it's no longer viable. It's not good. It's not good at all. Very, very not good. Sake with the 5 tier 1 subs. I think I've fallen for the horse girl down the street from me. Guess that's what I get for talking my neighbor. Horse girls, an underexplored monster girl subcategory. Yay or nay? You know, like centaurs? That's what a horse girl would be. It would be a centaur. You say horseman, that's a centaur, you know? She'd be very tall. Yay, TBH. There we go. Centaur girl? Yeah, centaur girl. I would not know, crystallized pig. Tars don't have to be tall, ponies exist. Yeah, but then what's the fucking point? Exactly. What's the goddamn point? Oh yeah, I want a monster girl GF, and I want her to be 5'6". What are you, a fucking pussy? What are you, gay? That's insane. These psychopaths. I look at YouTube chat. Okay, I'm peacing out. I do like, this is like an archetype that I find very funny. The idea of like guy who watches Vosh, but only for the serious political commentary and checks out when there's like raunchy internet humor. How long have you lasted? I mean, that's crazy. I kind of respect it. Did you see Joe Rogan say he will buy iPhones made with unionized labor in the US because they're made by slaves in India currently? Joe Rogan is about the only guy who could afford to buy iPhones made with unionized labor in the United States. That's pretty much the only... Yeah, $4,000 iPhones. They kind of should cost a lot more, though. Yeah, probably. They should probably just be like, in a lot of cases, simpler. I like one of the main issues in terms of cost and like the scaling cost or like how much people can afford to pay is that people usually go with like an iPhone or a Samsung Galaxy or the you know, like one of the main phone lines, but there isn't much of a market for people just making simpler phones. I know that you can buy a clamshell, but it would be relatively easy to make an iPhone 4 today. Like with the technology that we have, if you had like a dedicated supply line, the whole process, if you made it, like the tech for it would be comparatively inexpensive. You can get computers that are relatively simple, you know, like you can build a good PC for like $900 basically. I don't know how much like downscaling you can do in terms of the production of a phone. Maybe you can. Maybe there is a good enough market for that out there. I don't really know. It would not be profitable. Well, we keep running into that problem, don't we? Don't we? Tajiri, thank you for the $8. I hear YouTube takes a 30% cut from Super Chat, so this should make you an even 20. I appreciate that very much. They do. I don't fault you for it. It is true that they do. The horse girl will get. Oh, I saw this. This thing is so fucking funny. The gacha game horse girl, but she has human thighs on the lower half. This is crazy. This is actually, I feel, more perverse than if she was a regular centaur, which you'd think it's the other way around because this is more human, but this is like a Cronenberg flesh monster as far as I'm concerned. This is significantly more degenerate. Deeply cursed, yeah. Almost a spider girl who draws this stuff. People making slop for gacha game, you know, gameplay. How much do you have to fear hair on women to do that? Sake, thank you for the 5 additional tier 1 subs. I literally refuse to upgrade to the iPhone 16 purely because it's Apple AI powered. Fuck AI. Yeah, that might actually be the straw that broke the horse's back, figuratively speaking, in terms of me continuing to run with iPhones. I really don't like thinking that much about how my computers function. When I get an iPhone, it works. That's all I really needed to do. But yeah, if like having literally everything be AI powered or whatever the fuck makes their shareholders cream their pants, I can't stand this shit. Dirk Gently, thanks the tier 1 sub. I did actually see, I see that Hank Green has been posting more videos. He's getting like, I can't say he's getting red pilled necessarily. It was this in a second channel, but he's been posting more videos that have been like explicitly about politics. I do like the thumbnail in this one quite a bit. The internet is a machine that devours trust, which is definitely true. Except for me. You guys should trust me. Inching leftward. Well, Hank Green's a good, smart guy. He's already, you know, already left-leaning. He's not a leftist, but maybe over time that'll change. I think that'd be nice. Perks of Being a Wallflower Sucked. Is that a movie? Is that a video from Hank Green? Movie/book? Okay. Excuse me. It's a video game. Movie and book. Video game, gacha game, mobile live gaming service. It was a DLC pack in Vampire Survivors. Gotcha. Thank you. Pinball ARG. Old Schoolist, thanks the $5. Vosh, don't forget that the companies that aren't directly affected by tariffs, but who will raise their prices anyway, like greedflation during COVID. Yep. It's going to be a rough, you know, it's going to be bad. It's not going to be good. Still don't think people really understand, like, just how much stuff is made outside of America. Even stuff made inside America is often not made in America. Like, there will be clothes that claim to be made in America, but they're assembled in America. Like, they're stitched together in America. The actual bolts of fabric might be made, like, anywhere else. Everything would get pricier. Everything. Well, we'll see. Oh, for sure, guys. Yeah, he's a good guy. Speaking of good guys, who is streaming right now? Doesn't have to be a guy. Could be a girl. I would even tolerate a non-binary if, you know, if I was made to. No, it looks like it's a guy. I only see Hassan Habi live right now. Is he good? Well, I'll leave you guys to decide. You know, he's not as left-leaning as me, but he does have a big following. I love you all very much. Take care of yourselves. I'll be streaming tomorrow. And in the meantime, make sure to drink some water, okay? All right, take care.